565. Chen Pinggan and Kui Dongshan went to their own shop on Laohui Street. Chen Pinggan sat on a small bamboo chair at the door, basking in the warm autumn sun. Kui Dongshan chased away the acting shopkeeper, Wang Tingfang, and told him to rest for a day. Wang Tingfang saw the young boss nodding with a smile, so she left the shop in confusion. Business was still okay that day because there were many young female cultivators on Laohui Street who heard that a rare handsome young man had come. Kui Dongshan's ability to make women drink soup was great, so he earned a lot of unscrupulous immortal money. Chen Pinggan didn't care. The next day, at Fushui Ferry, Tan Ling and Tang Shi showed up together. Of course, Song Lanqiao, who was in charge of the Spring Dew Garden Ferry, was also there. After the greetings, Chen Pinggan and Kui Dongshan boarded the ferry. Song Lanqiao followed them all the way. This experienced and knowledgeable old Jindan cultivator found something strange. When he saw the young sword immortal and the young man in white alone, he couldn't connect the two of them together, especially when he couldn't imagine that they were teachers and students. However, when the two of them walked together, there was a kind of inexplicable harmony. Could it be because they both held the green bamboo mountain staff? Song Lanqiao didn't dare to say much. He just mentioned something and thanked them sincerely. It turned out that Song Lanqiao had just gotten a chair in the Spring Dew Gardens Ancestral Hall. Although it was just to replace Tang Shi's position at the bottom, with Tang Shi on his left and right, they seemed to be the two-door gods of the Spring Dew Gardens Ancestral Hall. However, this step was a great boost to the reputation of the immortals on the mountain and the secular dynasty. It was an extra large sum of immortal money every year, and it was also the rise of some families in the mortal world. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that Song Lanqiao had received a great favor from the young sword immortal. However, Song Lanqiao was smart. He was used to doing business and was pragmatic, so he didn't try to please the young man surnamed Chen. On the ferry, Song Lanqiao arranged a heavenly room for them. After thinking for a while, he decided not to let the female cultivators of the Spring Dew Garden show their faces. Inside the house, Kui Dongshan poured a cup of tea for Chen Pinggan and leaned on the table. His two snow-white sleeves took up nearly half of the table. Kui Dongshan smiled and said, "Mister, in terms of fighting, 10 Spring Dew Gardens can't compare to one linen sect. But in terms of business, Spring Dew Gardens doesn't lose to linen sect at all. In the future, our Luo Po Mountain and Spring Dew Gardens will have a lot to talk about. We will definitely have frequent dealings." Chen Pinggan drank his tea and didn't say anything. Kui Dongshan said, "Tan Ling is someone who seeks stability because the business of Spring Dew Gardens has reached its peak. On the mountain, they are wholeheartedly relying on linen sect. Down the mountain, they are mainly trying to win over Daguan dynasty. There is nothing wrong with that. In the past, even if she wanted to support Tang Shi, she was too afraid. She was worried that this god of fortune would be in cahoots with Gao Song, who only knows how to make money desperately. At that time, Spring Dew Gardens will be finished. When it is time for Tan Ling, Spring Dew Gardens will have a change of dynasty. Tan Ling's lineage has a lot of disciples, but none of them are capable. They are in a critical situation. They can't withstand Tang Shi and Gao Song's alliance. When the time comes, the disciples won't be able to help. They can't beat Tang Shi and Gao Song. In terms of money, the difference is like heaven and earth. So Tang Shi and Lin Suao Yi's alliance is the most reliable. Although Lin Suao Yi has a bad temper, he has no ambition and is loyal to Spring Dew Gardens. With Song Lanqiao, who is moved to tears by Tan Ling, the three of them together, Spring Dew Gardens will have a new atmosphere. If our Luo Po Mountain hands over a pillow to help Spring Dew Gardens open a gap in the north of Aquarius continent, even if it is a small gap, it will make the many cultivators of Spring Dew Gardens who are familiar with trade and commerce feel invigorated. And Aquarius continent is currently undergoing construction everywhere. Spring Dew Gardens has people, materials, and money. Both sides take what they need from Luo Po Mountain. They are the most suitable business partners. But we also need to pay attention to Spring Dew Gardens' acclimatization in Aquarius continent. Fortunately, the Dali Imperial Court, from the civil officials to the generals on the battlefield, and the cultivators of Spring Dew Gardens can piss in the same pot. Mister's plan is far-reaching, the pieces are accurate and meticulous, you can be said to have the style of a national master. Hearing this, Chen Pinggan finally couldn't help but laugh. Luopo Mountain's feng shui, is it you who led it astray? Kui Dongshan felt wronged. How is that possible? Old Chef Zhu, big senior sister, brother Da Feng, they are all experts in this field. Furthermore, Luopo Mountain's feng shui is not bad. Chen Pinggan said, I did not purposely plan to work with Spring Dew Gardens. To put it bluntly, I did not even dare to think about it. Doing a little business is already good enough. If it really succeeds, it will be mostly due to your contributions. Kui Dongshan raised an arm, extended his finger and tapped 3 times on the table, drawing a triangle. Tang Shi, Lin Suo Yi, Song Lan Qiao, it's a 3. Tan Ling's faction, Gao Song's faction, Tang Shi's small mountain, it's another 3. Luopo Mountain, Zhuang Ma sect, Spring Dew Gardens, it's still a 3. Mister has gathered all the various powerhouses, the southern end of North Continent, the northern part of Aquarius Continent, it's an even bigger 3. Out of all the relationships in the world, this is the most stable. Mister, are you still not willing to admit that you are a national master in chess? Chen Pinggan shook his head and laughed, it's just a coincidence. Kui Dongshan sighed, Mister is very modest, this student has learned from you. Chen Pinggan laughed and scolded, get lost. Kui Dongshan was about to speak, but unexpectedly, Chen Pinggan immediately said, again? Kui Dongshan felt that all his skills and weapons had no place to show their prowess. Mister is indeed powerful. Kui Dongshan suddenly asked, when we reach the Skeleton Beach, do you want to meet Gao Cheng? I can guarantee that Mister will have no worries. Chen Pinggan shook his head, I won't go to Jingguan City for the time being. Kui Dongshan asked, because this person sacrificed his sword for Piyu Yao and took the initiative to break the sky curtain? Does he still have some heroic spirit left? Chen Pinggan said, it's not that simple, it's more complicated, we'll talk about it later. Kui Dongshan naturally had no objection. After passing by Suiji City and Kangyun Lake, Chen Pinggan left the house. Kui Dongshan stood beside the railing at the bow of the boat with him, overlooking the earth. Kangyun Lake, which occupied a vast area, looked like a dark green stone lying quietly in a jade cliff stream from the ferry's side. He still owed a certain fire god temple over there a drink. He could only owe it to them first. Kui Dongshan whispered, Mister, don't take such risks in the future. Chen Pinggan said, of course I should nod and agree. I will indeed be careful now, telling myself that I must stay away from the storm. After becoming a cultivator on the mountain, the matters below the mountain are external matters. However, you and I both know that once things come to a head, it will be difficult. Kui Dongshan leaned on the railing with his legs bent. His 2 sleeves that were exposed outside the railing were like 2 small snow-white waterfalls. Chen Pinggan asked, is Zhu Mili used to staying in Luopa Mountain? Kui Dongshan nodded. She's very used to it. She always feels that Pei Qian, who copies books every day, is a scholar. She is eagerly waiting for Pei Qian to write the story of the Mute Lake monster for her in the future. The little girl is a mess of a lackey. She is Pei Qian's little tail every day, carrying the mountain staff. Now, she has been promoted from the right guardian of Dragon Riding Alley to the right guardian of Luopa Mountain. Now, before speaking to others, she has to cough twice to moisten her throat and then speak like an old man. It's all a bad habit she learned from my eldest senior sister. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, it's pretty good. Kui Dongshan asked curiously, are you really going to record the little girl into the ancestral hall of Luopa Mountain and become the right guardian of a mountain? Chen Pinggan said, of course. This is not child's play. In the past, I was a little hesitant, but after seeing the mountains and undercurrents of the Spring Dew Garden, I became determined. I want outsiders to feel that Luopa Mountain is very strange and incomprehensible. It's not that I don't know the price of doing this, but I can strive to make up for it elsewhere. It can be me, Chen Pinggan, the mountain master, earning more money and cultivating diligently. It can also be you, the student, or Zhu Lian, Lu Baixiang. Our existence is the reason for Zhu Mili and Chen Ruchu's existence. It will also be the reason for some new faces of Luopa Mountain to feel that it's not strange like this. I don't reject the idea of Luopa Mountain becoming a sect in the future, but I will never deliberately give up the flowers and plants on the roadside in order to gather forces. Those flowers and plants on Luopa Mountain were not dispensable existences in the past, and they will not be in the future. Moreover, they have never been beautiful scenery on the roadside. They are part of my life. To be able to take care of those who are worth taking care of, I feel especially at ease. Chen Pinggan turned his head and said, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" Kui Dongshan nodded vigorously. "I understand and accept." Chen Pinggan sighed with emotion. "But it will certainly not be easy." Kui Dongshan said, "Every heroic word, every ambitious aspiration, as long as it is carried out, it will not be easy." There were some words that Kui Dongshan was even unwilling to say. All the joy of meeting again after a long separation would be the sadness of parting in the future. But this did not prevent those meetings that could be seen again from making people happy, making people drink, making people happy. But one must not forget that sometimes, parting was just parting. Chen Pinggan also leaned against the railing, looking at the golden sea of clouds illuminated by the sun in the distance. He asked, "Will you be uncomfortable as my disciple?" Kui Dongshan said, "No." Chen Pinggan smiled. "There is a great disparity in the realm, a great disparity in knowledge. Of course your student is fine." Kui Dongshan said, "Teacher, if you say so, I will not be convinced. If Pei Qian's martial arts practice advances by leaps and bounds, breaking through the realm quickly, like a small rice grain eating bowl after bowl, dazzling the people eating at the same table, will you also be uncomfortable?" Chen Pinggan nodded. "Of course I will be uncomfortable. Where will I put my master's face? When you reason with me, if your voice is a little louder, you will have to worry that I will backhand you. Won't you panic?" Kui Dongshan laughed loudly. Teacher has traveled to the north and cultivated his heart very well. After a moment of silence, Chen Pinggan said, "I am a stubborn person who likes to go to a dead end. There will be a day when there will be some small things that will become a big problem for me at Luopa Mountain. At that time, you can give me some suggestions." Kui Dongshan nodded. The saint has said that if there is something, the disciple will do his work. Kui Dongshan turned his head, his cheek pressed against the railing, smiling. "There is wine and food, teacher's dishes. Do you think it is filial?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Don't change the original meaning of a moral essay and trample on the saint's good intentions." "Teacher," Kui Dongshan said, "don't forget, in those days, your student was high-spirited and full of mettle, showing off my ability to the fullest. My knowledge was so great that once it was out of my bag, I could not even hide it, others could not even block it. I am not boasting without thinking, but the title of Grand Chancellor of the Academia is within reach. If I really want to boast, the vice-hierarch of the Confucian Temple of the Central Plains is not impossible." Chen Pinggan shook his head. "I believe what the imperial tutor said. As for you, forget it. The wind is strong at the bow, be careful not to sprain your tongue." Kui Dongshan laughed. "Speaking of which, I really don't need to think before I boast." Chen Pinggan asked, "Is the Central Plains very big?" Kui Dongshan nodded. "Very big. Only when the territories of the 8 continents are added together can it be comparable to the Central Plains. If 1 or 2 people from the other 8 continents can squeeze into the top 10 of the Central Plains, they are very capable. For example, the scholar Chen Chunan from the South Sura continent, the great celestial master from the Dragon Tiger Mountain in the North continent, the immortal fire dragon, and the god of fortune Liu from the White Jade continent." Chen Pinggan said, "Then we must go and take a look in the future." Kui Dongshan said bitterly, "That is a sad place for me." Chen Pinggan laughed. "You asked for it. Even if your face is swollen, you still have to smile." Kui Dongshan said helplessly, "Teacher, you are not loyal." When the ferry entered the boundary of the Skeleton Beach, Song Lanxiao took the initiative to visit with a valuable gift. There were 2 gifts. He had one for himself and one for Tan Ling in the Spring Dew Garden. His gift of thanks was actually a magic weapon that his master, Lin Suo Yi, had picked out from the Hall of Ancestral Masters. It was a bamboo yellow dragon scripture book box made from Spring Dew Garden's specialty immortal wood. There were also 4 jade books inside. Tanling's gift was priceless. It was one of the few treasures in the Spring Dew Garden. It was a set of 8 pieces of brocade ink. When he handed it over, Song Lanxiao felt sorry for Tanling. Chen Pinggan did not refuse. Tanling did not personally give the gift at the Talisman Water Ferry. He asked Song Lanxiao to give it when they were about to dock at the Skeleton Beach. This in itself showed his sincerity. This was Song Lanxiao's first official matter after becoming a member of the Spring Dew Gardens Hall of Ancestral Masters. It went smoothly, which made Song Lanxiao feel relieved. However, Song Lanxiao was a little restless as he sat and drank tea with the teacher and the student. Especially when Kui Dongshan was sitting next to him. Kui Dongshan twirled the cup with 2 fingers and gently stroked it on the table. He smiled and said, "Lanxiao, you are a pitiful person who can't find a temple with a pig's head. There are many people in the world. Lanxiao, you are lucky." Song Lanxiao had just heard Chen Pinggan call him Senior Song. Now, his student was calling him Lanxiao. Of course, he felt uncomfortable. Spring Dew Garden treated people with sincerity. Chen Pinggan certainly would not allow Kui Dongshan to fool around here. He waved his hand, indicating that he had something to discuss with Song Lanxiao. Song Lanxiao's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he watched the scene unfold. The white-robed youth seemed to have been sent flying by Chen Pinggan's slap. He and his chair spun countless times in the air. Finally, the man and chair stuck to the wall and slowly slid down. Kui Dongshan had a long face. He leaned his chair against the wall and leaned against it. He said timidly, "I'll just sit here." Chen Pinggan's face darkened. Song Lanxiao was shocked. Could it be that this amiable sword immortal Chen was no different from Liu Jinglong of the Taihui sword sect? Was he not an earthly immortal, but a hidden unpolished Jade Realm sword immortal? Chen Pinggan was too lazy to pay attention to this Kui Dongshan. He began a serious discussion with Song Lanxiao, trying to negotiate the future cooperation between Luopo Mountain and Spring Dew Garden. However, Song Lanxiao certainly could not make the decision now. He still needed to return to the ancestral hall and quarrel a few times. Once the 2 sides finally decided to cooperate, Luopo Mountain still needed Zhu Lian and Wei Ba to set the rules for all the specific matters. Chen Pinggan was quite familiar with the Spring Dew Gardens business, so he was not stiff when he chatted with Song Lanxiao. His trip to the North Continent had not been a waste of time. Luopa Mountain's biggest reliance was, of course, the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry that was an important hub. With Lord Wei Shan at Mount Biyun, the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry could accept most of the cross-continent ferries from the North Continent. This was equivalent to having a shop for Luopa Mountain. All the money in the world would stop at a certain place and circulate again. Chen Pinggan would occasionally think, "How many cultivators have you seen to spend money on a piece of worn snow? 1,000? 10,000? Could it be that you have traveled all over the 9 continents?" Song Lanxiao was originally focused on discussing important matters with Chen Pinggan. Somehow, the old Golden Core cultivator even felt that today's discussion would very likely determine the future of Spring Dew Garden for the next 100 years. Then, Song Lanxiao saw sword immortal Chen glance at the wall. Song Lanxiao followed his gaze. The white-robed youth was holding the chair's armrests with both hands. His whole body was swaying, and even the chair was swaying left and right. It was as if he was using the chair's legs as his legs to walk. After being discovered, Kui Dongshan immediately stopped what he was doing. He looked up and whistled. Song Lanxiao smiled politely and looked away. "Is this guy sick in the head?" "He must be." Chen Pinggan and Song Lanxiao chatted for a full 2 hours. Both of them raised many possibilities, and the conversation was very pleasant. Towards the end, Song Lanxiao was much more relaxed. Many of the thoughts that he had been keeping to himself for many years could be said in one go. The young sword immortal sitting opposite him, who often poured tea for both parties, was a rare businessman. His words were never firm. Most of the time, he would say things like, "This is a little unclear. Please explain in detail, Senior Song, or I have some different ideas about this matter. Senior Song, please listen to me first." If you have any objections, please speak your mind. However, the other party was not ambiguous. Song Lanxiao was trying to dig a hole for Gao Song, but the young sword immortal didn't expose him directly. He only said, "This matter may require Senior Song's attention at the ancestral hall of the Spring Dew Garden." The white-clothed youth had nothing to do. He swung the chair and circled around the table. Fortunately, when the chair moved, it was silent and did not make the slightest bit of noise. Song Lanxiao could already ignore it. After the conversation, Song Lanxiao felt refreshed. There was no more tea to drink on the table. Although he still wanted to continue, he got up and bid farewell. Song Lanxiao told Mr. Chen not to send him off. The young man smiled and nodded. He walked him to the door and asked Kui Dongshan to accompany him. When Song Lanxiao walked into the corridor, he didn't see the green-robed sword immortal. There was only the white-robed youth. The old golden core immediately tensed up. The youth walked backward and closed the door softly. Then, he turned and smiled at Song Lanxiao. Song Lanxiao's smile froze. Kui Dongshan came to the side of Song Lanxiao, who was bending down subconsciously. He jumped up and put his arm around Song Lanxiao's neck, dragging the old core formation stage cultivator forward. "Brother Lanxiao, you are eloquent." Song Lanxiao almost shouted for Mr. Chen to help him out of this situation. Song Lanxiao was shocked. He wanted to stop, but he couldn't. The youth didn't use much strength to drag him forward. After taking a step forward, Song Lanxiao knew something was wrong. In the next moment, the white-robed youth was gone. Song Lanxiao found himself in the middle of a vast white fog. There was no scenery around him. It was like a small, withered world. His vision was filled with a chilling snow-white color. When he walked, the ground under his feet was slightly soft, but it was not the soil of the world. When he increased the strength of his footsteps, he could only create circles of ripples. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he began to ride the wind. 2 hours later, Song Lanxiao still brought out his magical treasure. He no longer cared about etiquette and began to pour out treasured light in torrents. He violently smashed everything around him, but he was unable to change this small world in the slightest. A year later, Song Lanxiao sat cross-legged. His face was haggard, and he was resigned to his fate. Suddenly, Song Lanxiao looked up and saw a huge head. The youth's face was smiling, but his eyes were cold. He slowly raised his arm. Song Lanxiao's scalp went numb. So, he had been circling around the youth's white sleeve. The next moment, the haggard Song Lanxiao found himself standing in the corridor of the ferry. Not far away, the youth covered his sleeves and looked at him with a smile. Song Lanxiao, who had survived the disaster, almost burst into tears. Kui Dongshan smiled. "Sir asked me to send you off, so I acted on my own and sent you off a little longer. Lanxiao, don't complain to my sir after this. Otherwise, the next time I send you off will be 10 or 100 years later. By then, it'll be hard to say who's the crazy one." Song Lanxiao trembled. "Thank you for your advice, senior." Kui Dongshan asked, "You're used to the abundant spiritual qi in the Spring Dew Garden and the thin spiritual qi on the ferry. Why are you not used to it in the land of no return?" Song Lanxiao was stunned. Kui Dongshan walked past him and patted Song Lanxiao's shoulder. He said earnestly, "Lanxiao, your cultivation heart is rotten. Your jindan is just paper." Song Lanxiao slowly turned around and bowed. This time, he was sincerely convinced. "Senior's teachings have cleared the fog and allowed me to see the moon. I haven't really seen the moon, but I've benefited greatly." Kui Dongshan turned a deaf ear to him and knocked on the door. "Sir, do you want me to bring you some fruits and tea?" Song Lanxiao looked at the side of the young man's face. The old man felt like he was in a different world. Chen Pinggan opened the door and pressed Kui Dongshan's head down gently. He turned to Song Lanxiao and asked, "Senior Song, did my disciple disrespect you?" Song Lanxiao was either crazy or lucky. He said something that he would never have dared to say in the past. To be honest, his suffering. Chen Pinggan smiled and nodded. "I know." The young man in white was grabbed by the ear. He screamed as he was dragged into the house by Chen Pinggan. Curses could be heard. King Song Lanxiao, you heartless thing. Just you wait. Sir, I'm just helping brother Lanxiao cultivate. I'm not playing tricks on him. Sir, I'm wrong. Song Lanxiao shook his sleeves and strode away. Comfortable. The ferry stopped at the skeleton beach. Song Lanxiao didn't show up and asked someone to send him off. He found a perfect excuse and disappeared. Kui Dongshan rubbed his chin with his palm and looked around. The two got off the boat and went to Mori Mountain of the hemp sect. Kui Dongshan began to complain. Sir, when Zhu Quan first met me, he said you never mentioned me and pretended not to know me. I was so sad. Chen Pinggan smiled. I've mentioned you a few times in front of Sovereign Zhu, but he's the sovereign of a sect, so he has to pay attention to everything. He also has to guard against the entire Ghost Valley, so it's not strange that he accidentally forgot about you. Then Chen Pinggan reminded him. Master Zhu is a rare cultivator on the mountain. I respect him very much. When we get to Mori Mountain, don't make trouble for me. And that young man, Pang Lanshi, is a direct disciple of the Ancestral Hall. You're an outsider. Don't talk nonsense. I know you know what you're doing, but this is the Skeleton Beach, not your own Luo Po Mountain. Kui Dongshan nodded and glanced at Mori Mountain with some regret. It was boring to have nothing to do. When they arrived at Mori Mountain, they were unimpeded. Most of the hemp sect cultivators knew Chen Pinggan. He had just returned from his travels. Zhu Quan was not on the mountain. He had gone to Qinglu town in the Ghost Valley. But Du Wenxi had returned to the Ancestral Hall and began to cultivate in seclusion. He had great hope of reaching the nascent Soul Realm. Kui Dongshan mentioned Du Wenxi with a smile. Mister, this guy is infatuated. It's said that the female Taoist champion of Taiping Mountain, Huang Ting, went to the Ghost Valley for Du Wenxi. But she didn't want Du Wenxi to think too much, so she said I, Huang Ting, have no Taoist companion in this life, which broke Du Wenxi's heart. But in fact, he still has some thoughts. He can't have the girl he has been thinking about. Fortunately, he doesn't have to worry about other men having her. So Du Wenxi began to think that his realm is not high enough. If his realm is high enough, he will have a chance. For example, he can go to Taiping Mountain to have a look, or go further and travel the mountains and rivers with Huang Ting. Chen Pinggan smiled. You've only been in Mori Mountain for a few days. How can you be so clear about it? Kui Dongshan nodded. I'm just wandering around. There's no difference between the mountain and the mountain. When people are free, they like to talk about love, infatuated men and resentful women. Especially those young female cultivators who adored Du Wenxi. They were even more vexed than Du Wenxi. All of them were fighting for justice, saying that Huang Ting was nothing special. Wasn't he just a bit better looking and had a bigger sect? The main peak of Linen's sect, Mori Mountain, was similar to the peaks of most ancestral halls in the world. Most of the mountain paths were straight steps. But the direct disciples could often ride the wind and ride the sword. Some mountains even had no taboos for ordinary disciples. But the Immortals' Cave was often particular about flying birds. Each had its own path, different heights, and different routes. Over at Longquan County, it was not the same. After all, it was still in the early stages. Plus, Longquan Sword Sect and Luopa Mountain did not have many disciples to begin with. They did not pay much attention to these complicated rules, so they were very different. If it was Linen's sect and Spring Dew Garden, these old immortal sects had many rules and strict laws. In Chen Pinggan's view, it was actually a good thing. But there was no such thing as a free and easy thing in the world. The reason why Spring Dew Garden was so popular was because the sect's rules on paper were not deeply rooted in people's hearts. On this point, Linen's sect was worthy of Chen Pinggan's heartfelt admiration. From sect master Zhu Quan, to Du Wenxi, to Pang Lanshi, their temperament was different. But their temperament was the same. Life and death were small matters, but the sect's matters were more important. Cultivators obviously pursued immortality, but Linen's sect's cultivators were all willing to die for the sect. Zhu Quan, the previous sect masters, and the ancestral masters were all willing to die first in every battle to the death. The ancestral master of Linen's sect walked down the stairs and landed in front of the two. The old man smiled and said, "Child Chen, fellow Daoist Kui, sorry for not coming out to meet you." After greeting them, Chen Pingan noticed something strange. The ancestral master of Linen's sect seemed to be very close to Kui Dongshan. It was as if they were close friends. Could it be that Kui Dongshan was not just fooling around on Mui Mountain? Otherwise, even if Kui Dongshan fought with Jing Guanqing, it would not have made a sovereign ancestor look at him in such a different light. The hemp school's cultivators were all cultivators who had carved out a bloody path from piles of bones. Even Du Wenxi, a seemingly gentle and refined gold core cultivator, had also been through many battles in the Ghost Valley. The ancestral master led the two of them to the house where Chen Pingan stayed. The hemp sect's cross-continent ferry that traveled between the Skeleton Beach and Old Dragon City would take about 10 days to return to the North Continent. Pang Lanshi and her great-grandfather Pang Shanling were already standing at the door. The young man smiled and waved at them. "Mr. Chen," Pang Lanshi whispered to Chen Xiaobei, "Mr. Chen, I've asked my great-grandfather for 2 more sets of goddess paintings for you." Chen Pingan asked softly, "What's the price?" Pang Lanshi smiled. "According to the market price," Pang Lanshi paused. "That's impossible. I'll give it to you for free." Chen Pingan smiled. "Immortal Master Pang really cares about you. But let's just go with the market price. Friendship is friendship, business is business." Pang Lanshi was a little disappointed. "It's only been a few days. Mr. Chen, why are you treating me like an outsider?" Chen Pingan lowered his voice and said, "It's not like I have to be courteous. If you're courteous, I'll be courteous too. After that, we don't have to be courteous anymore." Pang Lanshi was grinning from ear to ear. She had learned something new. Mr. Chen was really knowledgeable. The 4 of them sat down. Pang Lanshi was the youngest and had the lowest seniority. She stood behind her great-grandfather. Chen Pingan went straight to the point and talked about the Spring Dew Garden. The ancestral patriarch of Hemp faction, Yang Su, immediately sent a message to a nascent soul cultivator on another mountain. His name was Wei Yusong. He was 1 generation younger than Yang Su, but he was not young. He was Pang Lanshi's martial brother. Wei Yusong was in charge of a faction's finances. Similar to Gao Song of the Spring Dew Garden, he was a skinny and short old man. When he saw Chen Pingan and Kui Dongshan, he was very polite. Ever since Zhu Quan completed the small transaction with Luo Po Mountain's Oxhorn Mountain Ferry, the first thing he did was to find Wei Yusong to have a heart-to-heart talk. On the surface, it was because he was the sovereign and was concerned about Wei Yusong's cultivation matters, but in fact, it was to ask for credit. Wei Yusong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't say a single word of flattery, and as a result, Zhu Quan was extremely sullen. Wei Yusong had a good impression of the young man in green. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, when it came to Kui Daoyu, he admired the young man's looks. The reason was simple. After Kui Daoyu arrived at Mui Mountain, he wandered around the mountain for 2 days. Then, he went to the ancestral hall of Hemp faction and gave them a stack of blueprints. He said that the protective formation of Mui Mountain was too crude and that it would be a waste of the heroic spirit's combat power. After the meeting at Mui Mountain's ancestral hall, they even invited a Mohist's machine master. He found out that the formation of Mui Mountain was modified according to Kui Daoyu's blueprints. It only cost a little more than 1,000 grain rain coins and it could increase the formation's power by 20%. That Mohist mechanical engineer was so ashamed that he wanted to crawl into a hole and hide his face. After carefully and conscientiously completing the inspection of the flaws in the formation, he almost resigned from his position. To be honest, not to mention the small cost of 1,000 grains of grain rain coins, even if he spent 10,000 grains of grain rain coins to increase the power of the defensive formation by only 10%, it would still be a good deal that was worthy of being told to his ancestors in front of everyone. Therefore, the old cultivators of the Hemp faction's ancestral hall found Kui Dongshan pleasing to the eye. Especially when the young man in white left the blueprints and talked about some key matters in the ancestral hall, he swaggered away and continued to wander around Mui Mountain, chatting with the fairy sisters. After that, Zhu Quan personally asked Kui Dongshan how the hemp faction should repay this favor. As long as Kui Dongshan asked, the hemp faction had to repay this favor even if they had to sell everything. Kui Dongshan did not stand on ceremony and asked for Du Wenxi and Pang Lanshi by name. After they reached the nascent soul stage, they would be the honorary machine masters of Luo Po Mountain. They would only be honorary machine masters. Luo Po Mountain would not ask them to do anything unless they were willing. Zhu Quan was a little puzzled at that time. That was it. Kui Dongshan asked in return. What else did he want? Zhu Quan's face was full of guilt at that time. He said something that poked at the heart and sighed, that Chen Pinggan did not mention you as his student at all. It's really outrageous. His conscience was eaten by a dog. Next time he comes to the skeleton beach, I will help you scold him. Kui Dongshan was about to cry. He said pitifully, Sister Zhu, your conscience was eaten by a dog. Only then did Zhu Quan say something fair. Chen Pinggan should be proud to have a student like you. Kui Dongshan returned the favor. Sister Zhu is such a good woman. It's intolerable that you don't have a Dao companion now. Therefore, the two almost fought. When Zhu Quan went to Qinglu town in the Ghost Valley, he was still angry. Wei Yusong was a smart man who was familiar with business. Otherwise, with Zhu Quan, this kind of unreliable sect leader, Yang Su, this kind of unreliable old grandmaster, no matter how few direct disciples the hemp sect had, their flesh would have long been cut off by the blunt knives of the capital, and the foundation of the sect would have been worn down to nothing. Every time Wei Yusong had a meeting in the ancestral hall, even if it was with Zhu Quan and his master Yang Su, he would never smile. He liked to bring the account books to the meeting. While flipping through the account books, he would say some harsh words. Over time, all the seniors in the ancestral hall would smile and pretend they did not hear him. It was fine after getting used to it. Wei Yusong felt that helping Spring Dew Garden to transport goods to Aquarius Continent was not a problem. But the matter of splitting the account books, he needed to grind it out. While Wei Yusong was calculating, Yang Su and Pang Shanling began to smile out of habit. Kui Dongshan felt that it was not his place to talk, so he winked at Pang Lanshi. Pang Lanshi was wary of this handsome peer. After all, she was still a teenager. She was worried that her childhood sweetheart would meet a peer who was better than her. It was inevitable that she would have some thoughts. Especially when Pang Lanshi went down the mountain to see her in the City of Murals. She casually talked about the young man who came to the shop to buy the painting of the goddess. Although she said some strange words, Pang Lanshi's heart was in a mess. Pang Lanshi was worried to death recently, so she wanted to ask Mr. Chen for advice. Chen Pinggan, the wild cultivator, and Wei Yusong, who was in charge of the hemp sect's finances, were bargaining. Even Chen Pinggan was helpless. This Wei Yusong was too stingy. He did not even have the demeanor of an immortal master of the sect. Whenever there were some details that were difficult to talk about, Wei Yusong would bring out another old ancestor. Anyway, he would splash dirty water and speak with certainty. This old ancestor was old-fashioned and pedantic. How he haggled over every bit of money spent. Even if it was something that harmed the sect's interests, even if it was just a suspicion, this old ancestor would go to the ancestral hall to denounce him. He did not give anyone face. He, Wei Yusong, had the least status in the hemp sect. Whoever asked him for money would have a loud voice. If he did not give, they would fall out with him. All of them relied on their high cultivation or seniority. There were even some who were even more shameless. They relied on their low cultivation and seniority to cause trouble. Anyway, listening to Wei Yusong's complaints, it seemed that in the entire hemp sect, Wei Yusong was the worst. His words were the most useless. So Chen Pinggan was at his wit's end. He gently placed his teacup down and coughed. Kui Dongshan, who was yawning, sat up straight and said, "Actually, there's still room for improvement regarding Mui Mountain's defensive formation." Wei Yusong slammed the table. "We'll do as Child Chen says." "It's settled then." Chen Pinggan asked sincerely, "Will it make things difficult for the hemp sect?" Wei Yusong said righteously, "Are you kidding me? As long as it's about money, not even the heavens can control me, let alone faction leader Zhu." Chen Pinggan pretended to be enlightened and nodded with a smile. Wei Yusong's smile did not falter. They were indeed kindred spirits. Wei Yusong left with Yang Su and Pang Shanling. Wei Yusong insisted on catching up with Kui Dongshan, so Kui Dongshan had no choice but to follow. Only Chen Pinggan and Pang Lanshi were left. After Pang Lanshi sat down, she asked softly, "Mr. Chen, is this elder Kui really your student?" Chen Pinggan nodded. "I don't think so. That's normal." Pang Lanshi wanted to say something but stopped herself. Chen Pinggan smiled. "If it's hard for you to ask for help, then," Chen Pinggan did not say anything else. He raised his hands and made a gesture. Pang Lanshi understood immediately. It was the portrait of the goddess. Pang Lanshi quickly left with the wind and returned to her house. She placed the 2 wooden boxes on the table. Other than that, there was also a letter from Cloud City. The recipient was Pang Lanshi, and it was addressed to Chen Sholang. Chen Pinggan put the letter into his sleeve and said with a smile, "Now do you have the confidence to speak?" Pang Lanshi said softly, "Mr. Chen, I'm a little worried." Chen Pinggan understood. Pang Lanshi was a young man who did not have to worry about cultivation. The young men on the mountain were worried about something other than cultivation. They were worried about the survival of their faction. The hemp sect, on the other hand, did not have to worry about it. Or rather, it was always full of hidden dangers. All the cultivators had gotten used to it. Chen Pinggan smiled. "Tell me about it first. I'll analyze it for you." Pang Lanshi told him about it. It was not a big deal. It was just that a young man's emotions would sometimes run wild. It was not just young girls who would run wild. Chen Pinggan thought about it and held back his laughter. "Don't worry. The girl you like won't change her mind and fall in love with Kui Dongshan. Besides, Kui Dongshan won't like the girl you like." Pang Lanchi's face turned red. "Mr. Chen, I'm going to get angry. What do you mean by Kui Dongshan won't like her? Why is Mr. Chen so bad with words? He wasn't like this before." Chen Pinggan could not help but laugh. Pang Lanchi scratched her head and blushed. The knot in her heart was gone. Not only that, the young man was still angry. He felt that he had to work hard on his cultivation. He had to let the girl know that she liked him. She was right about him, and she would never regret it. Chen Pinggan said, "The girl likes you not because you are a cultivation genius, but if you can prove that you are, then the girl will be happy for you. She will be happy for you, and she will be happy for you too." Pang Lanchi asked softly, "Is that so?" Chen Pinggan nodded. "Yes. I'm very sure about that." Pang Lanchi leaned on the table, staring blankly. Chen Pinggan opened the wooden box and took out the painting of the goddess. He placed it on the table and looked at it. It was indeed Pang Shanling's masterpiece. Pang Lanchi suddenly asked, "Mr. Chen, there must be a lot of girls who like you, right?" Chen Pinggan put away the painting of the goddess and shook his head. "No." Pang Lanchi shook her head. "I don't believe you." Chen Pinggan opened Xu Xingjiu's letter. It was brief and concise. She told him about the recent situation in Yunzhuang City and that everything was ready. Once Mr. Liu succeeded in his sword-seeking art, he would pay a visit to Taihui Sword Faction. This time, he would go to Taihui Sword Faction in the north and Skeletal Beach in the south. Chen Pinggan read the letter and said, "I have a friend who wrote this letter. Xu Xingjiu from Yunzhuang City. He might come here to travel in the future. If you are free, please help me entertain him. If you are busy, you don't have to be distracted. I'm not being courteous. If he is not my friend, he will be your friend. So, don't force it." Pang Lanchi nodded and said, "All right. I will send a letter to Yunzhuang City and make an appointment first. We will decide if we can be friends or not when we meet." Mr. Chen's friend was definitely worth befriending. Just like when Mr. Chen and Shixiang Wei talked about Springdew Nursery, Pang Lanchi knew about their attitude toward Springdew Nursery. They did not look down on Springdew Nursery, but they were definitely not friends. They were just doing business. After all, Springdew Nursery's smell of money was a little heavy, and Hanzhuang cultivators did not like it. That was why Springdew Nursery had been trying to show their respect to Wei Yusong all these years, but they did not dare to overdo it. Moreover, Song Lanxiao, who was in charge of Spring Dew Nursery's ferry, did not know how to talk to Wei Yusong. After all, Wei Yusong's status in Hanzhuang faction was very high, and he was known for being difficult to talk to. However, when Mr. Chen asked the three factions to do business across continents, Pang Lanshi realized that Shixiang Wei had no intention of rejecting the idea. Pang Lanshi felt that she needed to learn from Mr. Chen. There was a lot to learn in dealing with people. In the end, Chen Pinggan said, "Do you know that when you're worried about Kui Dongshan, the girl you like is the happiest? That's why she smiles more than usual. You have to think about this carefully. She can feel your anxiety." Pang Lanchi's smile brightened. Chen Pinggan laughed and said, "What are you still standing there for? You're abusing your position for personal gain. Go down the mountain and see her." Pang Lanchi stood up. "I should have asked for another set of the goddess painting for Mr. Chen." The young man left. Chen Pinggan sat alone. After a long time, Kui Dongshan walked into the yard, swinging his sleeves. He saw a green brick on the table in front of Mr. Chen. Kui Dongshan was a little flustered and immediately stopped in his tracks. "Teacher, I didn't know that Pei Qian was practicing martial arts. It was Zhu Lian, Zheng Dafeng, and Wei Ba who didn't report it and kept it from you." "It has nothing to do with me," Chen Pinggan said snappily. "It has nothing to do with this. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. I won't find trouble with you." Kui Dongshan smiled. "Mr. Chen, if you want to teach them a lesson, I can help you." Chen Pinggan did not pay attention to this. He pointed to the green brick of the Taoist temple that had not been completely refined in the mountain temple and said, "I have collected a total of 36 of these green bricks. I plan to lay them on the ground at Luopa Mountain in the future for 6 people to practice boxing. Me, Pei Qian, Zhu Lian, Zheng Dafeng, Lu Baixiang, and Center Yuanji." Kui Dongshan looked as if he had lost his parents. He stretched out his right hand and one finger of his left hand. He wailed, "Teacher, what about me? I'm your favorite disciple." Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "I'll give you my share." Kui Dongshan stretched out 2 fingers and rubbed the corners of his eyes. Tears of sadness turned into tears of joy. "Mr. Chen is really a genius." Chen Pinggan looked at him sideways. Kui Dongshan sat down obediently. Chen Pinggan pushed the green brick over. "Your handwriting is good. I just thought of this and wanted you to write some pleasing words and engrave them on the back of the green brick. When the time comes, we'll secretly lay the green brick and not let anyone see it. Maybe one day, someone will accidentally see it and it will be a small accident. It's not a big deal. I just think it's fun." Kui Dongshan sat cross-legged on the stone bench like a chicken pecking rice. He leaned forward on the table and pressed his hands on the green bricks. He said softly, "Mister, let's think about it carefully. These 36 sentences must be written in a way that will shock the heavens and make the gods weep." Chen Pinggan asked, "Do you think we can secretly write a sentence for everyone in Luopo Mountain and engrave it? As for the rest, you can use the words of the sages in the books as you wish." Kui Dongshan said excitedly, "I'm good." Chen Pinggan said, annoyed. Kui Dongshan said resentfully, "Mr. Chen's jokes are so brilliant." Chen Pinggan rubbed his chin. "This Luopo Mountain's feng shui was led astray by you." Kui Dongshan raised his hands and imitated the eldest senior sister. "I swear to the heavens." The 2 of them took the cross-continent ferry of the Linen sect and began to return home. Chen Pinggan took the initiative to find Kui Dongshan next door and asked him a question. "The Confucian sages are so knowledgeable. Why don't they talk about self-cultivation, learning, and doing good in detail? At least within the Confucian school, everyone has their own words. There are different opinions. It's not quarreling, it's better than quarreling." For the first time, Kui Dongshan did not flatter. Instead, he asked seriously, "Do you feel that many studies are complicated and empty, making people at a loss?" Chen Pinggan thought for a moment and nodded. Kui Dongshan shook his head. "Some studies should be higher. The reason why people are different from plants, birds, and beasts, different from all other sentient beings, is because of these studies hanging above their heads. Knowledge that can be used as soon as it is presented must be present. It must be explained clearly, and in a well-behaved manner. But if there is no study at a high place, people will be fascinated and want to take a look even if they don't mind working hard, then it's wrong. Chen Pinggan was silent for a long time before finally nodding. That makes sense. Kui Dongshan said slowly, let's go back to Mr. Chen's first question. Chen Pinggan said, no hurry. Let me think about it. Shall we play chess? Kui Dongshan smiled. Mr. Chen's chess skills have returned to the origin and reached the clouds. Do you still need a rotten chess player like me to teach you? I'm ashamed, terrified. As he spoke, he took out a chess jar and a chessboard. Chen Pinggan said with a straight face, in the future, speak less in Luopa Mountain. Kui Dongshan raised his sleeve and picked up a chess piece. He hung it in the air and smiled. If Mr. Chen doesn't speak, how would this disciple dare to speak? Chen Pinggan also picked up a chess piece. When Kui Dongshan sat in front of the chessboard, his entire aura changed. He said indifferently, if this student is so bold, I'll give Mr. Chen 12 pieces. Chen Pinggan looked at the serious Kui Dongshan and silently put the chess piece back into the jar. He got up and left. 566. The cross-continent ferries of the Linen sect were pulled by mighty heroic spirits. They ran through the sea of clouds as fast as lightning. The ferry slowly docked at the crossing of Oxhorn Mountain. The body of the boat shook slightly. Chen Pinggan and Kui Dongshan walked down the ferry. Wei Pai had been waiting for a long time. Zhu Lian was now far away in Old Dragon City. Zheng Dafeng said he sprained his ankle and would be bedridden for at least half a year. He asked Center Yuanji to help guard the mountain gate. Chen Pinggan smiled. Send us to the foot of Luopo Mountain. Wei Pai felt relieved. He nodded. The three of them disappeared into thin air and appeared at the mountain gate. Center Yuanji saw the three of them and was about to stand up. She saw that the three of them had already started to climb the mountain. The young mountain master nodded at her and gestured for her to continue practicing. Center Yuanji was not good at empty pleasantries. Her impression of the young mountain master was also very average. She sat back down on the bench and closed her eyes. She continued to control a breath of pure vital energy to move through her bones. Wei Pai asked, you know everything? Chen Pinggan nodded. Senior Kui left a will in the bamboo house of Luopo Mountain. It was not on the second floor but on the desk on the first floor. On the envelope was written unseal the warm tree. According to the old man's will, there was no need to bury him after death. His ashes could be scattered anywhere in lotus root blessed land. This matter could not be delayed. Other than that, there was no need to care about the wishes of the Kui ancestral hall. It was written in the letter that anyone who dared to climb Luopo Mountain would be beaten back with one punch. Wei Pai explained, Pei Qian has been staying there. He said he would wait until Master returned to the mountain to say goodbye to her. Zhu Mili also went to Lotus Root Blessed Land to accompany Pei Qian. Chen Lingjun left Luopo Mountain and went to Dragon Riding Alley to help Sharu manage the shop business. So now only Chen Ruchu is left on Luopo Mountain. But she should have gone to the county town to buy sundries. Then there are the two disciples that Lu Baixiang accepted, the Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai siblings. Chen Pinggan said, congratulations on breaking through. Wei Pai said in a self-deprecating manner, the Dali Imperial Court is starting to make some small moves. Their reasons are all so high-sounding that even I think they make sense. Chen Pinggan laughed. Regarding the matter of Jin Qing, the traces of Mount by Yunshan's intentions are too obvious. The two great mountains are of the same breadth and branch. Even if Emperor Dali knows that you don't have too many selfish motives, there will still be grudges in his heart. Wei Pai said, it can't be helped. Jin Qing is more pleasing to the eye. If it were another mountain god in the middle peak, the days of the North Peak would only be more uncomfortable. The mountain lords of the 5 peaks of the past dynasties, whether they were dynasties or vassals, were all forced to be at loggerheads with each other. After weighing the pros and cons, the Pailuan Mountain had no choice but to do so. He might as well be a little more straightforward. Since things had already come to this, The Song Emperor had no choice but to admit it. Jin Qing is even more of a scoundrel than I am. In front of His Majesty the Emperor, he kept saying that Mount Biyun is good, and Lord Wei Shan is good. Chen Pinggan said, sure enough, those who can become mountain lords are not easy to deal with. When they arrived at the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain, Chen Pinggan said softly, I didn't expect to return to the Nanyuan kingdom so soon. Kui Dongshan suddenly said, I've already been there. I'll just stay here and look after the house. Wei Pai took out the tung leaf umbrella that he had temporarily kept for safekeeping. After all, this item was of great importance. Wei Pai gently opened the small tung leaf umbrella and said, now that the blessed land has just been promoted to a medium-level blessed land, it's not suitable for me to frequently go in and out of the lotus root blessed land. I'll send you to the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom. Chen Pinggan smiled and nodded, thank you. Chen Pinggan's figure flashed and disappeared. Wei Pai sighed softly. Kui Dongshan was already standing in the corridor of the second floor, leaning against the railing. With his back to the door, he looked into the distance. Wei Pai closed the tung leaf umbrella and sat at the stone table. Kui Dongshan suddenly said, Wei Pai, you don't have to worry. Wei Pai shook his head, I'm not worried. Then Wei Pai asked, when will you leave the Luopa mountain? Kui Dongshan thought for a moment, when Mr. and Pei Qian return to the Luopa mountain, I'll leave soon. I've already accumulated a lot of debts. That old bastard is the most vengeful. The two sides were not on the same side. In fact, there was nothing to talk about. They both fell silent. Wei Pai asked, Senior Kui, are you so worried about Chen Pinggan? If you don't see him for the last time, you would scatter his ashes in the lotus root blessed land. You don't want to be buried in the Luopa mountain. Kui Dongshan replied, because my grandfather has the highest expectations for Mr. My grandfather hopes that Mr. will worry about him as little as possible, so that when he fights in the future, it won't be pure enough. On a familiar street in the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom, Chen Pinggan walked slowly with a bamboo box on his back and a walking stick in his hand. He turned into an alley and stopped at the door of a small house. He looked at the spring festival couplets and gently knocked on the door. It was Pei Qian who opened the door. Ju Mili was sitting on a small stool, carrying a green bamboo stick. Pei Qian stood in place, raised her head, and frowned hard. Chen Pinggan rubbed her little head, Master knows. Don't think too much. You didn't do anything wrong. Pei Qian clenched her fists, lowered her head, and trembled. Chen Pinggan gently pressed her little head and whispered, You're so sad. Why don't you cry? After you practice boxing, Pei Qian is no longer Master's first disciple. Chen Pinggan squatted down. Pei Qian hugged him and sobbed. She didn't cry loudly, so it was more heart-wrenching. Ju Mili also cried with her. When Pei Qian cries until she is no longer angry, Chen Pinggan pats her head. He stands up and takes down the bamboo box. Pei Qian wipes her face and quickly takes over the bamboo box. Ju Mili runs over and takes over the mountain staff. Chen Pinggan looked around. It was still the same as before. It seemed that nothing had changed. Ju Mili held two walking sticks of different lengths and then put her bamboo chair at Chen Pinggan's feet. You seem to be a little taller. Chen Pinggan also rubbed the black-clothed girl's head. He sat on the bamboo chair and was silent for a long time. Then he smiled and said, After I meet Cao Qinglang, Mr. Zhong, and some other people, we will go back to Luopa Mountain together. Pei Qian's eyes were red and swollen. She sat beside Chen Pinggan and gently pulled Chen Pinggan's sleeve. Chen Pinggan whispered, Tell Master about your trip with Senior Kui. Pei Qian nodded and began to talk about his travels in detail. She talked for a long time. Chen Pinggan listened attentively. Someone gently pushed the door and saw the young man in a green robe. The young man in a white robe, Cao Qinglang, called softly, Mr. Chen. Chen Pinggan reached out and held Pei Qian's hand. They stood up together and said with a smile, Qinglang, I can see that you are a scholar now. Cao Qinglang bowed with hands folded. Chen Pinggan was a little speechless. He was really a scholar. Pei Qian stood on tiptoe. Chen Pinggan leaned sideways and lowered his head. She reached out to cover her mouth and whispered, Master, Cao Qinglang secretly became a cultivator. Does that count as not doing a proper job? My spring festival couplets are far worse than yours, right? Chen Pinggan hit her with a chestnut. Pei Qian showed signs of breaking the dam again. Zhu Mili, who was holding the 2 walking sticks in her arms, sucked in a cold breath. He was so fierce. He had never hit her like this before when they were traveling Jianghu together. Zhu Mili frowned and tilted her head, thinking hard. Was Pei Qian a disciple picked up by the roadside? Was she not a princess living among the common people? Chen Pinggan reached out his thumb and gently rubbed the spot where the chestnut landed on Pei Qian's forehead. Then he asked Cao Qinglang to sit down. Cao Qinglang moved a small stool and sat beside Chen Pinggan. Pei Qian carried a small bamboo chair and sat between the 2 of them. Zhu Mili stood behind Pei Qian. Chen Pinggan asked, "Qinglang, how have you been these years?" Cao Qinglang smiled and nodded. "Very good. Mr. Zhong is my tutor. After Mr. Lu came to our Nanyuan kingdom, he often came to me and gave me a lot of books." Then Cao Qinglang asked, "Mr. Chen, have you heard of the poem Iron Flowers Embroidered on the Cliff, Killing Intent Silenced the Frogs?" Chen Pinggan nodded and said the name of the poet and the title of the poem. Then he asked, "Why do you ask?" Pei Qian originally wanted to scold Cao Qinglang for being shameless, but now she crossed her arms and looked at Cao Qinglang from the corner of her eyes. Cao Qinglang pointed at Pei Qian. "Mr. Chen, I learned it from her." Pei Qian said angrily, "Cao Qinglang, do you believe that I can punch your brains out?" Cao Qinglang nodded. "Of course." Pei Qian was so angry that her teeth itched. Chen Pinggan said, "Take me to Mr. Zhong later. I have something to discuss with him." Cao Qinglang nodded. Chen Pinggan smiled. "Mr. Zhong is already on his way. He'll be here soon. Let's just wait." Then Chen Pinggan said to Pei Qian, "Did you forget to copy books every day?" Pei Qian shook her head. Chen Pinggan reached out his hand. "Let me see." Pei Qian immediately ran to the house and brought back a large stack of papers. Chen Pinggan flipped through them one by one. After reading them carefully, he returned them to Pei Qian and nodded. "I didn't slack off." Pei Qian grinned. Chen Pinggan helped her wipe away her tears. Then Chen Pinggan stood up. "You stay here. I have something to discuss with Mr. Zhong." After Chen Pinggan left, Pei Qian put the papers back into the house. She sat back on the bamboo chair and rested her cheeks on her hands. At the corner of the street, Chen Pinggan happened to meet Zhong Qiu. They hadn't seen each other for many years. Mr. Zhong's hair was even whiter. The 2 walked together on the street where they used to fight side by side. Both of them were filled with emotions. Zhu Lian wrote about the current situation of Lotus Root Blessed Land. Li Liu mentioned it, and Kui Dongshan described it in detail later. Chen Pinggan already knew it by heart. Nanyuan Kingdom, Songlai Kingdom, Beijing Kingdom, and the frontier grassland. The territory looked the same, but it belonged to the category of the mountains and rivers changed. Only Nanyuan Kingdom, which was given to Chen Pinggan, had a complete soul. Besides, all sentient beings, grass, trees, mountains, and rivers, had not faded. They had not become the people of white paper blessed land. According to Li Liu, the sentient beings of the other 3 places had lost their meaning. Therefore, Zhu Lian said that they were 3 fine brushwork paintings. However, people like Lu Tai, Yu Zhani, and the young man from a scholarly family in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom had all disappeared into thin air in this blessed land. If other blessed lands were cut off, the imperial tutor of Nanyuan Kingdom and Zhong Qiu would also disappear into thin air. There were very few special cases that were favored by the old Taoist in the temple. This was truly a change of heaven and earth. Taoism reached the sky. Zhong Qiu went straight to the point. His Majesty already has the heart of Taoism, but he hopes to see Nanyuan Kingdom unify the world before leaving Lotus Root Blessed Land. Chen Pinggan asked, "What do you think, Mr. Zhong?" He had met the Emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom in a nearby restaurant. At that banquet in the restaurant, there were a total of 6 people, excluding Chen Pinggan. Huang Ting was among them at that time. She changed from Fan Wn and Tong Qingqing to Taiping Mountain's female Taoist nun Huang Ting after one look in the mirror. She was so blessed that even He Xiaoyong was her junior. She was a talented female cultivator from Tongye continent. Chen Pinggan had previously traveled to the North Continent and did not have the opportunity to see this female Taoist nun who was slightly inferior to Qi Jinglong in a life-and-death battle on Julie Mountain. However, according to Qi Jinglong, the combat power of both sides was actually equal. It was just that Huang Ting was a woman after all. At the end of the battle, both sides no longer had the intention to fight to the death. In order to maintain the integrity of the Taoist robe on her, she lost by a little and stood up from Julie Mountain later than Qi Jinglong. At that time in the restaurant, other than the Emperor Wei Liang who was in his prime, there was also the Empress Ju Shuzhen, the Crown Prince Wei Yang, the ambitious second Prince Wei Yun, and the youngest Princess Wei Zhen. Chen Pinggan's memory was extremely good. At that banquet, everyone had their own thoughts. Not only did he remember everyone's appearance, demeanor, and words, but he also remembered what everyone drank and ate. Chen Pinggan remembered everything clearly. The old monk from the temple of Shin Xiong not far from the alley, the food at the Baihe Temple night market, the official's library, and the story of the poor scholar and the woman playing the pipa in Zhuiyuan Alley were still vivid in his mind and he missed them. Zhong Qiu was silent for a moment and his expression dimmed. "I'm a little disheartened." He tirelessly pursued self-cultivation, family governance, and peace. It seemed that after the truth was revealed, he realized that no matter what he did, it was just a matter of someone stretching out a hand. Zhong Qiu was a little tired. He even wondered if he was really wrong and Yu Zhini was right. Chen Pinggan said slowly, "In the future, in this world, cultivators, spirits of the mountains and lakes, gods of the mountains and rivers, demons and monsters will emerge like bamboo shoots after the rain. Mr. Zhong, you shouldn't be disheartened. Although I'm the nominal owner of this blessed land, I won't interfere with the development of the human world. This blessed land wasn't Chen Pinggan's farmland in the past, and it won't be my vegetable garden in the future. If someone is lucky enough to go up the mountain to cultivate, then he can do so in peace. I won't stop him. However, the matters of the human world below the mountain should be settled by the people themselves. Whether it's war, peace, or the unification of the world, emperors, generals, and ministers, everyone should rely on their own abilities. The civil and military officials in the imperial court should rely on their conscience. Besides, the matter of the incense gods has to be done according to the rules. Otherwise, the entire world will only accumulate more and more corruption and become a mess. Everywhere will be neither human nor ghost, neither immortal nor immortal." Zhong Qiu smiled and asked, "You want to see the great Tao through the world?" Chen Pinggan was stunned. "I didn't deliberately think about it, but since Mr. Zhong said so, it seems like it." Zhong Qiu asked, "What's the situation like in the vast world outside?" Chen Pinggan thought for a while and answered, "The human heart is still the human heart. However, compared to Nanyuan country, my hometown is a boundless world with all kinds of strange things. Moreover, there's always a sky beyond the sky. There's more than one world. Mr. Zhong, you should go out and take a look. It doesn't matter if you're a little late." Zhong Qiu nodded and said, "Before I came to see you, His Majesty had officially abdicated. The first prince, Wei Yang, has taken over the throne. As for the second prince, Wei Yun, he has been detained by the late emperor. I've also just resigned from my position as imperial tutor. However, I won't leave immediately. I plan to explore this small world first. Chen Pinggan, I hope you can keep your promise. Don't treat the people of this world as puppets and playthings. Don't treat them as goods that can be casually bought and sold. However, I, Zhong Qiu, am not a pedantic scholar who doesn't know how to be flexible. I won't be benevolent. As long as I agree with the rules that you, Chen Pinggan, set in the end, I'll do everything within the rules. Even if I can't bear it, I won't say anything." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Actually, there's another way that can make Mr. Zhong feel more assured." Zhong Qiu asked, "You want me to be a guest?" Chen Pinggan walked slowly with his hands in his sleeves. He did not deny it at all. "Mr. Zhong, You're a genius among the scholars and martial grandmasters. How can I miss this opportunity? No matter what, I have to try. Zhong Qiu smiled and said, don't you already have Zhu Lian by your side? To be honest, among the few people that I admire the most in my life, Zhu Lian, the aristocratic family's son who turned the tide, is one. Zhu Lian, the martial madman with pure fist techniques, is also another. When I saw Zhu Lian, a living person, at such a close distance, it was as if I saw someone walk out of the pages of a book. It made me feel even more absurd. Chen Pinggan said, Mr. Zhong, you can just be a nominal member of the ancestral hall of Luopa Mountain. It won't affect your future travels. You won't be restrained at all. Zhong Qiu was puzzled. Luopa Mountain? Chen Pinggan nodded. Zhong Qiu said, that's a good name. Then I'll be a nominal member of this mountain. Chen Pinggan looked lonely. There was once someone who scolded him when he punched. He was so young and lifeless, like a lonely ghost. He deserved to be the leader of Luopa Mountain. After meeting the late emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom, Chen Pinggan took Pei Qian and Zhu Mili to bid farewell to Cao Qinglang and left Lotus Root Blessed Land together. Chen Pinggan still looked as usual. He lived on the first floor and practiced his fist techniques in the open space outside the door. He still walked and cultivated behind closed doors. He only occasionally went to the second floor to stand in the corridor and look into the distance. In the middle of the night, Pei Qian sat alone on the top of the stairs. Kui Dongshan climbed up the mountain slowly and sat beside her. Pei Qian stared hard at the big white goose. After a while, she asked softly, Grandpa Kui is gone. Aren't you sad? Kui Dongshan smiled and said, you can only see my state of mind if I want you to see it. If I don't want you to see it, then you won't be able to see it in your life. Pei Qian hit her palm with her fist and said with annoyance, my cultivation is still not high. Kui Dongshan shook his head and said, regarding this matter, leaving some ancient gods aside, if I claim to be second, no one dares to claim to be first. Pei Qian said, oh. The big white goose beside her was indeed very powerful. Kui Dongshan smiled and said slowly, when you are young and inexperienced, you will often cry loudly when your elders leave. The sadness and hurt your lungs are all on your face and in your tears. Look at those young people with tears and snot. Most of their fathers and elders are taciturn. During the funeral, they will welcome and send people off. They can even talk and laugh with others. This is life. Maybe it is the same person, but there are two kinds of sadness in two different paths of life. You don't understand now because you haven't really grown up. Pei Qian said, I don't understand these things. Maybe I won't understand in the future. I don't want to understand either. In Nanyuan Kingdom, which she didn't think of as her hometown, when her parents left one after another, she didn't feel too sad. It was as if they just left one step ahead and she would follow them soon. She might starve to death, freeze to death, or be beaten to death. But so what if she followed them? Wasn't she still despised and regarded as a burden by them? So after Pei Qian left Lotus Flower Blessed Land, even if she wanted to be sad, she couldn't pretend in front of her master. But Grandpa Kui was different. He was the only elder Pei Qian really recognized besides her master. She was beaten again and again until she wanted to die. At first, she dared to shout that if she didn't practice martial arts, she would be beaten even harder. She said so many words that hurt her more than her injuries. But now Pei Qian knew what was good and what was bad. She didn't even need to peek at people's hearts with her eyes. Kui Dongshan looked up at the night sky. The Mid-Autumn Festival was coming, and the moon was full. Kui Dongshan said softly, so Master doesn't want you to grow up. Don't be too anxious. When you grow up, you will want to take on something. When that time comes, your master won't be able to stop you, nor will he stop you. Do you still remember the time when your master left the academy of the Great Sui Kingdom? Pei Qian nodded hard, and a smile finally appeared on her dark face. She said loudly, of course, I'm very happy, and Sister Baoping is even happier. Kui Dongshan smiled and answered his own question, why do all of us have to work together and make such a big scene? Because Master knows that the next time we meet, he may never see the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket in his memory. Her cheeks were red, She was small, her eyes were round, and her voice was crisp. She carried a small bookcase of just the right size and called him little uncle. Relying only on his eyes, he is destined to never see her again. So he only keeps it in his heart. This is the unspeakable regret of adults. He can only keep it with him and hide it. Kui Dongshan pointed to his heart and then gently waved his sleeve, as if he wanted to drive away some of his worries. The real sorrow was only in the silent place. These annoying things are supposed to be figured out by yourself when you grow up, but I still want you to listen to it. At least you know that there is such a thing. My grandpa left just like that. Master is no less sad than me. But Master won't let others know how sad he is. Have you ever thought about one thing? Why does your master like to collect the used pens, the worn straw sandals, and the bottles and jars that are worthless one by one? It is because he is used to parting with death since he was young. He has always watched others leave. He can't make many people and things stay, so he will try his best to keep them. In fact, it is not only Master. All of us will experience all kinds of parting. Many people are like this, but it is often the past. It is far from being as attentive as Master. He will close the door for a long time and carefully hide it well, unknown to others. Pei Qian turned his head and said worriedly, "Then what should Master do?" Kui Dongshan smiled, "Didn't I just say that Master is used to it?" Pei Qian stood up, "This is not good. This is not right." Kui Dongshan was silent and fell back. Pei Qian ran down the mountain and went to the bamboo house. He found his master sitting alone at the stone table. There were 2 pots of wine on the table, still stained with some mud, but his master did not drink. His master straightened his back, clenched his fists, and gently placed them on his knees. No one knew what he was thinking. Pei Qian stood where he was and shouted, "Master, don't be sad." Chen Pinggan turned his head and smiled, "Okay." Pei Qian looked at his master like this. Just like how his master looked at Alliance under the bamboo hat when he was young. Chen Pinggan stood up, moved 2 small bamboo chairs, and sat down with Pei Qian. Chen Pinggan said softly, "Pei Qian, I will be leaving my hometown soon. You must take good care of yourself." Pei Qian nodded, "Master must take good care of himself too." Chen Pinggan smiled, "I am not bragging, but the ability to take good care of yourself is rare in the world." Pei Qian lifted the small bamboo chair under his butt with both hands and moved closer to his master. The adult and the child looked into the distance together. On this day, Chen Pinggan reached the Golden Body Realm. His disciple, Pei Qian, was about to become the strongest 4th realm in the world. The sitting posture, expression, and gaze of the master and disciple were exactly the same. 567. Kui Dongshan came over and sat down. There were 3 people at the table, master, disciple, and student. Kui Dongshan bent over and took the pot of immortal wine buried behind the bamboo building. Chen Pinggan also picked up the wine in front of him and the 2 drank it in one gulp. Chen Pinggan wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and asked, "When are you leaving?" Kui Dongshan smiled and said, "Actually, I have never left. Wherever you go, I will follow you." In the deep night, the youth's smile was as bright as the sun. Chen Pinggan turned to look at Pei Qian, "Don't speak like him in the future." Pei Qian was confused and shook her head vigorously, "Master, I've never learned it before." Kui Dongshan gave her a thumbs up. Pei Qian crossed her arms and tried her best to show the bearing of a senior sister. Chen Pinggan said, "You have to take care of Chen Ruchu. Guarding against thieves for 1,000 days is the most tiring." There was still some distance between Luo Po Mountain and Longquan County City. Although the little girl in the pink dress already had the sword talisman made by the Longquan sword sect and could control the wind without fear, Chen Ruchu liked to shop around and was very meticulous. Some items could not be bought immediately in the county city. It might take a day or 2. Therefore, she used her own private money to buy a house in the county city. The county governor's office helped to set up a bridge and used a very good price to buy a place with good feng shui. The neighbors were all wealthy families in the capital of Dali. At that time, the person who handled it was only a secretary whose reputation was not obvious. He was the assistant official of the old governor, Wu Yuan. Now, He was the parent official of Longquan County. As it turned out, he was a disciple of a great family in the capital who had hidden his strength well. Just like today, Chen Ruchu settled down in the county city and rested. She would only return to Luopo Mountain after preparing the goods tomorrow. Usually, in this kind of situation, before leaving Luopo Mountain, Chen Ruchu would first hand a bunch of keys to Jumili or Center Yuanji. Kui Dongshan said, "Teacher, don't worry about me. Great Li's spies and men of sacrifice were best at enduring hardships." Wei Pai had secretly asked the mountain deity in the northernmost region to keep an eye on the county city. What's more, the Daoist robe that Nuanshu is wearing is a camouflage spell that I've kept for a long time. Even if the Dali men of sacrifice and the mountain deity can't stop it in time, Nuanshu can still withstand 1 or 2 attacks from a nascent soul realm sword cultivator with the Daoist robe. After the attack, Wei Pai should know that it'll be difficult for him to kill himself. Chen Pinggan said with a smile, "Does this count as using public office for private gain?" The stability of some people in Luopo Mountain inevitably required the efforts of others. Chen Pinggan, Kui Dongshan, and Wei Pai would need to carefully plan and set up a trap for the girl in pink to go out without any worries. But on the other hand, he and Kui Dongshan were traveling separately. No matter what treacherous clouds and treacherous battles they experienced outside, they could feel at ease at the thought of Luopo Mountain. This was all thanks to Chen Ruchu, the little housekeeper. There was a period of time when Chen Pinggan would be entangled with this plan of his. He felt that he was an accountant who weighed the pros and cons, calculated the gains and losses, and was not even willing to let go of the flow of people's hearts. But now that he looked back, it was nothing more than him worrying over nothing. This kind of scheme that did not only revolve around money had its merits, but also its merits. There was nothing to hide, and there was no need to reject it in the depths of his heart. In short, Chen Pinggan would never allow himself to feel regret because he did not think of it and did not think of it more. When the time came, what would be the benefit of taking action angrily after the matter, the anger of an ignorant man, and the splashing of blood? Could there be little or no regret? Right now, Luopo Mountain under his feet was Chen Pinggan's duty. In the future, the blessed land of lotus roots under his nose would also be the same. He had to have a conscience first, then he would earn money. Money still had to be earned. After all, money was the courage of heroes and the ladder of cultivation. It was just that the order could not be wrong. Kui Dongshan said, "Let's not talk about you, eldest senior sister, Zhu Lian, Lu Baixiang, and Wei Xian. Just based on the fact that Luopo Mountain has brought so much extra martial fate to the Dali dynasty, it would not be too much even if I asked for a nascent soul guardian to guard Longquan County City all year round. The old bastard would not even let out half a fart. Taking 10,000 steps back, how can there be such a good thing in the world as long as the horse can run and not be fed? I've worked so hard to guard the south, every day covered in dust, managing such a huge mess, helping the old bastard stabilize 7 or 8 battlefronts, both in the open and in the dark. Even blood brothers have to settle accounts clearly. I'm already being kind by not asking the old bastard for a salary." Chen Pinggan said nothing. Kui Dongshan and the old imperial tutor would not get involved in Kui Dong's family matters. Only now did Pei Qian know that there were so many twists and turns on Nuanshu's side. He was immediately worried and asked, "Why don't I accompany Nuanshu to go shopping in the future?" Kui Dongshan said with a smile, "You're just a 4th realm martial artist, are you going to send yourself to death when you go out?" Pei Qian sighed and knocked his head on the table. He did not raise his head and said in a muffled voice, "What can I do? My martial arts training is too slow. Grandpa Kui said that I'm a turtle crawling and an ant moving house." How infuriating. Chen Pinggan's expression was strange. Kui Dongshan said something that made things worse, "You're already worried about this. From now on, eldest senior sister's 5th realm and 6th realm martial artist progress will be even slower. Especially the matter of martial courage, it needs to be considered in the long run. It really can't be fast." Pei Qian raised his head and said angrily, "Big white goose, aren't you annoying? Can't you say something nice?" Kui Dongshan asked, "Can nice words be eaten?" Pei Qian said righteously, "Of course. When I eat with Mi Li, I can eat an extra bowl every time. When I see you, I don't even want to eat. Chen Pinggan comforted, don't be anxious. It's useless. Don't be anxious. Pei Qian immediately said loudly, Master is wise. Kui Dongshan turned to look at Chen Pinggan, Teacher, how is it? The feng shui of our Luo Po mountain has nothing to do with students, right? Chen Pinggan turned a deaf ear and changed the topic. I've already talked with the former emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom, Wei Liang. But the new emperor, Wei Yang, has great ambitions, so I might need you to say hello to Wei Xian. Wei Xian was the founding emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom, and also the first emperor in the history of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land to visit the mountain on a large scale. Kui Dongshan said with a smile, Wei Xian is the lucky one who was brought out of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land by teacher. Wei Xian has no reason to refuse teacher's words. Chen Pinggan shook his head, Luo Po mountain, within the rules, must give everyone room and freedom to follow their heart. It's not that I, Chen Pinggan, want to be a moral saint and only want to have a clear conscience, but if this continues for a long time, people will not be able to stay. Today I can't keep Lu Baixiang, tomorrow I can't keep Wei Xian, and the day after tomorrow I can't keep Master Zhong. Kui Dongshan nodded, teacher is wise. Pei Qian said angrily, hurry up and change your words, don't steal my word. Kui Dongshan shook his head and shook his two big sleeves, hey, I won't. Come and hit me, if I dodge, I'll have the same surname as that old bastard. Pei Qian held her head with both hands, her head hurt. Fortunately, her master was beside her, or she would have already punched. She didn't expect her master to remind her with a smile, he asked you to hit him, why don't you agree? In Jianghu, it's a good habit to grant all requests. Pei Qian's eyes shone. Kui Dongshan raised an arm and waved two fingers in front of him. Eldest senior sister, I know immortal spells. Once a person is full of food and drink, once I use the immobilization spell on him, TSK, 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 the outcome is really unimaginable. It's beautiful. Pei Qian said seriously, Master, I think it's better for fellow disciples to be more harmonious. Harmony breeds wealth. Chen Pinggan smiled and nodded, that makes sense. Then Chen Pinggan said, sleep early, tomorrow I'll personally feed you. Pei Qian's eyes widened, her? She wasn't afraid of suffering, but Pei Qian was worried that after feeding him, she would be exposed. A pitiful level 4 would make a fool of herself in front of her master. Chen Pinggan smiled, if you're not anxious, it's not that you're not working hard. When you reach the level 5 bottleneck, you can go down the mountain alone to travel. At that time, whether or not you want to call Li Huai along is up to you. Of course, the little donkey that I promised you will definitely be there. Pei Qian said eagerly, Master, it's today after midnight. You can teach me fist techniques now. Chen Pinggan pressed her little head and pushed it lightly. I have some serious matters to discuss with Kui Dongshan. Pei Qian felt wronged. It's understandable that you have serious matters to discuss with Mr. Zhong, but it's easier to discuss with the big white goose. Master, I'm not sleepy. You guys talk, I'll listen. Kui Dongshan clicked his tongue, you don't even listen to your master. You're just a level 4 martial artist. When you reach level 5 or level 6, you'll be invincible. Pei Qian refused to move. She crossed her arms and sneered, driving a wedge between master and disciple is the behavior of a villain. Kui Dongshan said, Teacher, I can't do anything about it. Chen Pinggan put two fingers together and bent them slightly. Does your little head hurt? Pei Qian ran away angrily. A moment later, Chen Pinggan said without turning his head, Is there money in the grass? Pei Qian, who had been looking around, stood up angrily, Master, I heard crickets on the way. I was catching crickets. Now that she ran away, I'm really going to sleep. After Pei Qian left, Chen Pinggan was a bit worried. I know there's no need to worry, and it's useless to think too much. But it's easy to persuade others with reason, but it's really hard to persuade yourself. Kui Dongshan said softly, Pei Qian did break through a bit fast, and she ate so much martial arts fate. Fortunately, Wei Pai suppressed the situation, and Lizhu Cave is famous for many strange people. But when Pei Qian goes to Jianghu by herself, it'll be a bit troublesome. Chen Pinggan was a bit emotional, and said slowly, But after listening to her talk about her trip to Lotus Root Blessed Land, I'm still a bit happy that she could think of and say the principle of holding back one's fist. But I'm afraid that if she learns from me, her Jianghu that belongs to Pei Qian in the future may be overshadowed. Kui Dongshan said, "What's wrong with learning the good things first, and then being yourself? Didn't you go through all these years like this? All the children in the world don't remember any rules, and they learn to be noisy first. Is that good? In an era where rules are most important, the elders are trying to get close to the juniors, and I don't think it's good." Chen Pinggan nodded and listened. Kui Dongshan said, "Are you also worried about Cao Qinglang's future?" Chen Pinggan sighed, "Of course. I don't want to judge Cao Qinglang's life, and I don't want Cao Qinglang to delay her studies and cultivation." Kui Dongshan laughed. "Why not let Zhong Qiu bring Cao Qinglang along when he leaves Lotus Root Blessed Land, and let Cao Qinglang and Zhong Qiu travel to the New World to seek knowledge, starting from Aquarius continent? If it is too far, it will not work. Cao Qinglang's talent is not bad." Mr. Zhong Qiu imparted knowledge and dispelled doubts, and worked hard on the word mellow. Mr.'s friend called Lu Tai also taught Cao Qinglang to stay away from pedantry, complementing each other. In the end, it's all because of Zhong Qiu's upright and pure knowledge, Lu Tai's knowledge, messy but not messy, and he is willing to respect Zhong Qiu from the bottom of his heart. That's why Cao Qinglang has such an atmosphere. If not, Cao Qinglang would be useless. In the end, it's still Mr.'s credit. Chen Pinggan asked, "If I say that I really want Cao Qinglang's name to be recorded in our Luo Po Mountains Ancestral Hall, would I be too selfish?" Kui Dongshan laughed and asked, "When Mr. was at the small house in the shabby alley, did you mention this to Cao Qinglang?" Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "Of course I have to ask him first." At that time, Cao Qinglang was just foolishly happy, nodding his head with all his might, like a chick pecking rice, making me feel as though I was looking at Pei Qian, so I felt a little guilty. Kui Dongshan laughed out loud. "Then it's done, it's a matter of mutual consent. If Mr. feels uneasy, why don't you think about how much effort it would take to groom a scholar in the future? Wouldn't it be better?" Chen Pinggan thought about it, and felt more at ease. After that, Chen Pinggan thought about another child, named Zhao Shuxia. "I wonder how that young man is doing with his training." Chen Pinggan thought highly of Zhao Shuxia, but towards different juniors, Chen Pinggan had different thoughts and expectations. Zhao Shuxia's training style was actually the most similar to his own. He did not rely on anything, only on hard work. The young man's pure mind, his desire to learn the fist, and his desire to practice martial arts, made Chen Pinggan like him very much. Chen Pinggan mentioned Zhao Shuxia to Kui Dongshan for the first time. Of course, he also mentioned the young cultivator, the young girl Zhao Luan, and the fisherman Wu Shuoan, whom he admired greatly. Kui Dongshan said slowly, "The meaning of primitive, since ancient times, has been the meaning of fist techniques. Above this, if you can innovate, then you have the ability to reach the heavens of martial arts." Chen Pinggan laughed, "You're not even a martial artist, I can't beat you in words, but regarding Zhao Shuxia, don't do anything superfluous." Kui Dongshan nodded in agreement. With a student like him, he could take a few more glances at him in his free time, and there would be fewer accidents. Moreover, Kui Dongshan was too lazy to do those superfluous things. If he wanted to do something, he would do it to provide timely help. For example, improving the linen sect's mountain protection formation, increasing its power by 20%. Naturally, Kui Dongshan still held back his strength. Zhu Quan was well aware of the linen sect, but when it came to matters of the sect's rise and fall, Zhu Quan still did not take advantage of the incense offerings to take a mile after taking an inch. She did not even open her mouth to hint, and would not nag at Chen Pinggan. Because the hemp sect couldn't offer an equivalent incense for the time being, or rather, they couldn't offer the incense that Kui Dongshan, Chen Pinggan's student, wanted, Zhu Quan decided not to say anything. If it were Chen Pinggan, Zhu Quan would definitely be blunt. Even if she asked the linen sect for money from the linen sect, if it was still not enough, then she would first pay on credit. She, Zhu Quan, would not feel guilty about owing a debt. But Chen Pinggan was Chen Pinggan, and Kui Dongshan was Kui Dongshan. Even if they were the teacher's students, they still treated Luopa Mountain as their home. This was a sense of propriety. Although Zhu Quan was the leader of the linen sect at the Skeleton Beach, it seemed very incompetent. Her cultivation level was not low, but it was not enough for the sect. She could only use the worst choice, which was to take the lead in Qinglu town to resist the momentum of Jingguan City's southward invasion. But everyone in the continent knew that the linen sect was a very straightforward sect on the mountain. They clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. This kind of well-known sect style and the reputation of the cultivators was a huge sum of money that the linen sect had unknowingly accumulated. During this trip to the North Continent, Chen Pinggan learned a lot from the linen sect that Zhu Quan was in charge of, as well as the lying ground peak where venerable fire dragon had been sleeping soundly. Chen Pinggan took out 2 pots of glutinous rice wine, one for each of them. This time, the 2 of them drank slowly. With a starting scale of a mountain, there would naturally be more things to do. How to deal with the new provincial governor Wei Li and the state city god required careful control of the situation. This was definitely not a simple matter where Kui Dongshan showed his identity as the leader of Dallas Greenwave Pavilion. On the back of the fish, Liu Baixiang and Liu Zhongruan, who had already obtained the 2 immortal treasures, the water hall and the dragon boat, were already on their way back. Therefore, when he arrived at Luopo Mountain, the 2 direct disciples of Liu Baixiang, Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai, should be recorded in the pedigree. But what was more awkward was that until now, Luopo Mountain had not built an ancestral hall. Because of many things, Chen Pinggan had to be present as the leader of Luopo Mountain. Laying the foundation, decorating the beam, hanging the portrait, burning the first incense, and so on all required Chen Pinggan's presence. Therefore, Chen Pinggan still needed to stay for a while. He first had to wait for Liu Baixiang and then for Zhu Lian to return from Old Dragon City. Among them, Zhu Mili had officially become the right guardian of Luopo Mountain. Chen Pinggan also had to think carefully about whether it would cause some people's hearts to waver. Chen Pinggan stood up. "I'm going to the Riding Dragon Alley." Kui Dongshan smiled. "Walking?" Chen Pinggan said, "Pei Qian has a sword talisman issued by the Dragon Spring Sword Sect, but I don't. It's the middle of the night, so I won't bother Wei Pai. I'll also take a look at Zheng Dafeng who sprained his ankle." Kui Dongshan said, "Then I'll accompany you." When the 2 of them went down the mountain, Center Yuanji happened to be practicing his fist techniques. Chen Pinggan and Kui Dongshan stood sideways and made way. Center Yuanji did not say anything. His fist intent flowed and he walked up the mountain without any distractions. The 2 of them continued down the mountain. Kui Dongshan smiled. This little girl is also stubborn. She only looks at Zhu Lian in a new light. Chen Pinggan nodded. It means that Zhu Lian has a good eye for disciples. The evil wind of Luopo Mountain that you have led astray will be reversed by Center Yuanji. You have to cherish it. Kui Dongshan said helplessly, "If you are determined to think this way, then you will feel more at ease. I will also brace myself to admit it." At the foot of the mountain, Chen Pinggan knocked on the door. There was no response for a long time. Chen Pinggan did not plan to let Zheng Dafeng go. He knocked loudly. Only then did Zheng Dafeng limp and sleepily open the door. When he saw Chen Pinggan, he pretended to be surprised. "Mountain Lord, why didn't you tell me that you're home? You didn't even want to walk a few steps. You look down on me, the gatekeeper, right? Since you look down on me, why did you visit me tonight? You're sad, you're sad. Go to sleep, I don't want to be an eyesore to you. I'm also worried. If I lose my bowl of rice, I'll have to pack up and leave tomorrow. Won't I be done for? Don't tell me I'll have to sleep on the streets of the county. It's going to be winter soon, and the weather is freezing. Mountain Lord, can you bear to do that? Let's talk about it later. I'm just a gatekeeper anyway. There's nothing important to talk about. Mountain Lord, go deal with your important matters first." Zheng Dafeng was about to close the door. These words were spoken naturally and without any flaws. Chen Pinggan pressed on the door with one hand and said with a smile, "Brother Dafeng, you injured your leg. This is such a big matter. Of course I have to ask about it." Zheng Dafeng was full of righteousness. He shook his head and said, "It's not a big matter. As long as your third leg isn't broken, it's a small matter. One person closed the door, the other pressed on the door. They were in a deadlock. Zheng Dafeng muttered, Mountain Lord, you've broken through and you're bullying people like this. Then I, Zheng Dafeng, will have to make a scene. Chen Pinggan laughed angrily. I really have something to talk about. Zheng Dafeng asked, about who? Chen Pinggan said unhappily, well, it's not about Pei Qian. Zheng Dafeng cried out and bent down. His legs were a mess. He grabbed Chen Pinggan's arm and pulled him into the door. Mountain Lord, please come in. The place isn't big, so I hope you don't mind. I'm not complaining about this matter. I just like to talk behind people's backs. It's really Zhu Lian's stingy side. The money he gave was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Look at this house, does it have any style at all? The dignified Luo Po mountain is so shabby. I, Zheng Dafeng, don't even have the face to buy wine in the small town. I'm embarrassed to say that I'm from Luo Po mountain. Zhu Lian, brothers are brothers, business is business, but his AF * King Miser. Kui Dongshan laughed and said, it's true that those who talk about it shed tears and those who listen are moved. Zheng Dafeng turned his head and said, regarding the matter of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, I almost got into a fight with Zhu Lian and Wei Ba for the sake of Brother Kui. It was an earth-shattering argument. In order for them to relent and agree to Brother Kui's share of the debt, I almost got beaten up. It was really a close call, but in the end, I still couldn't help. I could only drink every day and accidentally sprained my ankle. Kui Dongshan smiled and nodded. I'm grateful. Kui Dongshan stopped and said that he would wait for Mr. at the mountain gate. He stepped over the threshold and gently closed the door. Chen Pinggan and Zheng Dafeng sat down and talked about the matter of one soul and one spirit that they heard from Lion Peak's Li Liu. Zheng Dafeng nodded and said, there is such a thing, but I don't have the energy to do it anymore. Then Zheng Dafeng asked, why? Do you feel that Luo Po Mountain needs a fighter? Do you want to help Luo Po Mountain gain face? Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, you know I don't think so. Zheng Dafeng laughed and said, you know you don't, that's why you ask. This is called finding a topic to talk about. Otherwise, I would have gone to the old house to drink the northwest wind. Chen Pinggan said, I came to find you this time because I thought that if you want to relax, you can go to Lotus Root Blessed Land often. But it's still up to you, so I just mentioned it casually. Zheng Dafeng nodded. Elder Kui purposely left half of his martial arts fate in Lotus Root Blessed Land. Plus, it has been upgraded to a mid-level blessed land and the spiritual qi has increased. It is indeed more interesting there now. Zheng Dafeng seemed to be tempted. He rubbed his chin and said, I'll think about it. For example, opening a brothel with a thriving business there. Zheng Dafeng grinned and waved his hand. This kind of immoral thing could not be done. It would be better to open a wine shop in the downtown area and hire a few graceful barmaids. Perhaps they were thin-skinned and could not attract business. He had to hire a few plump barmaids who knew how to chat and have more repeat customers. Otherwise, if he went there, he would not be able to earn much money and would be ashamed of Luo Po Mountain. People by the side were like the moon, white wrists like snow. How pleasing to the eye. As a shopkeeper, he could cross his legs every day and only care about collecting money. Chen Pinggan did not know what Zheng Dafeng was thinking. Seeing that he was just smiling and wiping his mouth from time to time, Chen Pinggan felt that something was wrong. He said goodbye and left. Zheng Dafeng walked him all the way to the gate. If Chen Pinggan had not rejected him, he would have walked him all the way to the town. Chen Pinggan and Kui Dongshan walked away. Zheng Dafeng sighed. He had deliberately mentioned Kui Cheng's martial arts fate earlier, but Chen Pinggan's expression was normal. It was a good thing, but not a very good thing. It could not be helped. Like people, they would have their own joys and sorrows. As for that Kui Dongshan, Zheng Dafeng did not want to interact with him. He was too good at chess. Zheng Dafeng did not go back to sleep. Instead, he went out. He walked under the moonlight towards the mountain gate and leaned against the white jade pillar. There were no obvious hills in Luo Po Mountain, but if one looked closely, there were. Around Kui Dongshan, there was one. Outside the mountain, Lu Baixiang and Wei Xian were. Dragon Rider Ali's Sharu was also. As long as Kui Dongshan was willing, this mountain could become the #1 camp in Luopo Mountain overnight. There would be many new faces. However, Zheng Dafeng did not feel that he was a dispensable existence. Because those people who surrounded Kui Dongshan wanted to enter Luopo Mountain, especially if they wanted to become a name on the register, they had to go through the mountain gate first. Coincidentally, Zheng Dafeng was a gatekeeper. When Zheng Dafeng thought of this, he felt that he was an amazing person. Luopo Mountain could not do without him. He waited quietly for a long time. Zheng Dafeng suddenly stomped his foot. Why did Miss Center not go down the mountain after practicing her fist tonight? Sharu opened the door of the shop and saw that Chen Pingan and Kui Dongshan were both there. She felt a little awkward. If it was only the young mountain lord, it would be fine. However, with Kui Dongshan beside him, Sharu's heart palpitated. They went to the backyard. Chen Lingjun yawned and stood beside the patio. Chen Pingan asked Sharu to open the door of a side room and lit a lamp on the table. He took out a large stack of notes and maps of mountains and rivers drawn by the government or himself. He began to talk about the Jizhe crossing the river. At the same time, he took out black and white chess pieces with names and sects engraved on them. For example, Li Yuan of the Water Dragon sect and Lady Water God of Nanzun Hall were white chess pieces. There were also Tan Ling, Tang Shi, Song Lanxiao, and other cultivators from the Spring Dew Garden in the easternmost part of Jizhe. In addition, there were also Cloud City, Sparrow Residence, and floating Ping Sword Lake in the middle of North Continent. As for the relatively small number of black chess pieces, they were mainly Yang from the Chongxian Bureau. Chen Pingan explained about the different positions of the chess pieces on the table with a smile. Chess pieces are like that. However, human nature does not care about black and white. I'm just giving you a general impression. When you go to the river yourself, don't be stubborn. Otherwise, you will suffer a great loss. He looked at the snow-white line on the table that was connected by the chess pieces. Chen Lingjun held it in for a long time before saying softly, "Thank you." Chen Pingan was a little surprised. He smiled and joked, "It's the middle of the night. Is the sun rising from the west?" Chen Lingjun flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "Anyway, I've already thanked you. It's up to you whether you want to accept it or not." Chen Pingan was a little amused. He planned to explain to Chen Lingjun in detail the things to take note of when traversing the river. No matter how big or small, he had to explain everything slowly. They would probably talk until dawn. Kui Dongshan narrowed his eyes and said, "I'll have to trouble you to be more attentive. This is the route that your master exchanged his life for. There's no one in the world who's more prepared than you for traversing the river." Chen Lingjun looked a little nervous. He clenched the stack of papers in his hands tightly. Chen Pingan waved his hand. "It's not that exaggerated. Traveling the North Continent is the main thing. Traversing the river is secondary. You don't have to be grateful to me. However, you must remember that this is the foundation of your great Tao. If you don't take it seriously, you're being irresponsible to yourself. In the past, on Luopa Mountain, you and Chen Ruchu were both flood dragons. You wanted to bury your heads in cultivation, but you couldn't do it. I didn't say anything about it. But this time, you must change your mischievous temper. If I find out that you dared to treat traversing the river as child's play, I'd rather get someone to throw you back to Luopa Mountain than let you wander around blindly." At this point, Chen Pingan said seriously, "Because you'll die there." Chen Lingjun nodded. "I know what's important." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "I believe you." Chen Lingjun looked at Chen Pingan. His eyes were clear and his smile was warm. Chen Lingjun also calmed down. Chen Pingan smiled and took out a pen, ink, and paper. He placed them on the table. "A good memory is not as good as a lousy pen. I may have gone into detail. If you think it's very important, write it down. When you're on the road in the future, you can take it out and look through it at any time." Kui Dongshan said, "I'm just short of traversing the river myself." Chen Lingjun was just about to sit down when he heard this. He stopped, lowered his head, and clenched the paper in his hand tightly. Chen Pingan looked at Kui Dongshan. Kui Dongshan raised his hands and said, "I'll go sit outside now." Kui Dongshan really went out and closed the door. Then, he took a stool and sat beside the patio. He crossed his legs and held the back of his head with both hands. Suddenly, he roared, "Great Aunt Sharu, where are the melon seeds?" Sharu said timidly, "Right away." She had forgotten to hide her feminine voice. Originally, she had stayed in the Dragon Rider Alley for so long that she had almost forgotten her feminine body. In the end, as soon as she met Kui Dongshan, she was immediately beaten back to her original form. Chen Pinggan patted Chen Lingjuan's shoulder. Kui Dongshan's words are unpleasant to hear. I won't help him say anything good. They really are unpleasant to hear. But you might as well listen to them. Apart from those unreasonable words, every word that we find unpleasant to hear is mostly words that poke at the heart. We cannot care about it on the surface, but in our hearts, we have to chew on it. Coptis is bitter, but it can clear the heat and clear the heart. I'll say this much. In any case, after we separate this time, even if I want to say it, even if you want to hear it, you won't have the chance for the time being. Chen Lingjun silently remembered it in his heart. Then, he asked doubtfully, "Where are we going now?" Chen Pinggan smiled. Inverted Hanging Mountain, the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Chen Lingjun complained, "There are so many things on the mountain. Master, as the mountain lord, you're too much of a hands-off shopkeeper." He originally wanted to ask why he didn't return to Luo Po Mountain earlier, but in the end, he held back. Because he also knew that anyone could say these words, but only he, Chen Lingjun, was the least qualified. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "I accept the criticism. I won't change it for the time being." Chen Lingjun grinned. Chen Lingjun sat upright, picked up the brush, spread out the paper, and began to listen to Chen Pinggan talk about the local customs and sects. After Chen Lingjun wrote down a note on the paper, he suddenly raised his head and asked, "Master, will you still be like this in the future?" Chen Pinggan was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Chen Lingjun said, "In the future, there will be many people on Luo Po Mountain. Master, will you also treat everyone like this?" Chen Pinggan thought for a moment, shook his head and smiled. "It's very difficult. First come, first served, and so on. It's inevitable that there will be differences between those who are close and those who are distant. This is one thing. Of course, there are more things to consider. It's not necessarily good to do everything personally. The more people there are in Luo Po Mountain, the more complicated the people's hearts will become. I can't do everything personally. I can only do my best to ensure that Luo Po Mountain has a good atmosphere. For example, it's not that Kui Dongshan outside the sect has a high cultivation and great ability, so everything is right. You should listen to him in everything. If you can't reason with him and feel unconvinced, then you can come and talk to me. I will listen seriously." Chen Lingjun grunted in acknowledgement. Kui Dongshan said bitterly outside, "Teacher, this student is best at convincing people with virtue." Chen Lingjun rolled his eyes. Chen Pinggan continued to tell Chen Lingjun about the matters of traveling the river. Sure enough, this nagging lasted until dawn. Chen Lingjun also memorized the crooked dozens of key matters. Chen Pinggan clicked his tongue and said, "Chen Lingjun, your handwriting is far worse than Pei Qian's." Chen Lingjuan's face flushed red. "I don't copy books every day. If I copy books for so long, the words I write should be sold for at least a few small coins. Snow is money." Chen Pinggan smiled and asked, "Do you believe it yourself?" Chen Lingjun was defeated. He was thin-skinned after all. Chen Pinggan sat on the bench with his hands folded in his sleeves. He closed his eyes and thought for a while to see if he had missed anything. Since he did not, he planned to think of something later and write a letter to Chen Lingjun. Opening his eyes, Chen Pinggan asked casually, "How is your brother, the Imperial River Water God, now?" Chen Lingjun shook his head. "Just like that." Chen Pinggan said, "Before leaving for the North Continent, you can actually make a trip to the Imperial River to say goodbye. You can eat and drink, but don't say that you're going to travel the river. Just say that you're going out for a long trip. Treat others with sincerity. Don't expose everything and hide nothing. Instead, don't cause trouble for others. You can also help others solve some problems to the best of your ability. However, there's no need for others to thank you. Chen Lingjun put away his pen and paper and leaned on the table. He looked a little sad. In the past, I didn't think about these things. I only cared about drinking, eating, and bragging loudly. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "The world won't always let us be carefree. It's not a bad thing to think more." Chen Lingjun hesitated for a long time, not daring to look at Chen Pinggan. He said carefully, "If I say that I actually don't want to travel the river or go to the North Continent, and that I just want to stay on Luopa Mountain and wait for death, will you be angry?" Chen Pinggan smiled and did not say anything, as if he already knew the answer. Chen Lingjun fell silent. He did not dare to look at Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan said, "I'm not angry." Chen Lingjun sat up abruptly, his face full of disbelief. "Really?" Chen Pinggan said with a smile, "From the very beginning, I didn't think that it was a good thing to walk on the river. Because if it was a good thing, you, Chen Lingjun, would have to set off immediately. Huff and puff, rain or shine, you would have to walk on the river with your head down. I even think that if you don't want to travel the river one day, then there's no need to rush at all. The great river of salvation and desolation can't run away. In fact, only when you really think it through can you travel the great river of salvation and desolation. Compared to being ignorant and treating it as a task, the chances of success are higher. But then again, the great river of salvation and desolation is a path that you, Chen Lingjun, must take. It's very difficult to avoid it. It's not a bad thing to make more preparations now." Chen Pinggan paused for a moment. "You might find it harsh to say this, but I should tell you my true thoughts. As Kui Dongshan said, there are so many flood dragons in the world. There are so many mountains, lakes, and swamps, but not everyone has the opportunity to travel the river with the great river of salvation and desolation. So if you clearly know that this matter can't be delayed, but you're just used to being lazy and unwilling to move your nest to suffer, I will be very angry. But if you feel that this matter is nothing at all, and that so what if I don't travel the great river of salvation and desolation, I, Chen Lingjun, completely have my own great Tao to walk, or if you feel that I, Chen Lingjun, just like to stay on Luopo Mountain for the rest of my life, then neither your master nor Luopo Mountain's master will be angry at all." Chen Lingjun smiled and said, "I understand." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Every time Chen Ruchu goes to the city to buy things, you'll secretly protect her. I'm very happy, because this is what it means to be responsible." Chen Lingjun was somewhat embarrassed and angry. "I'm just strolling around casually. Who was it that blabbered and told master? See if I don't give him a big slap." "Languid," Kui Dongshan said from outside the door, "Me." Chen Lingjun was dumbstruck. Chen Lingjun trotted over to open the door and tiptoed behind Kui Dongshan to rub his shoulders. He asked softly, "Brother Kui, you've been working hard all night. Where are you tired and sore? You must tell me. We're all family members who love each other. It's not right to be too polite. Did little brother use too little strength or too much strength?" Chen Pinggan stepped over the threshold and kicked Chen Lingjuan's butt. He laughed and scolded, "You also have a share of Luo Po Mountain's feng shui." The straw shop next to Dragon Rider Alley also opened for business. It was the girl whose nickname was Ju. Chen Pinggan smiled and greeted, "Ju, where's your master and senior brother?" The girl hurriedly bowed and said in surprise, "Mountain Lord Chen." Then she blushed and said, "Master has been managing the business. He's also old, so he gets up later. Today I'm opening the door. It wasn't like this before. Senior brother has been picking herbs in the mountains for a few days. It's estimated that he'll return to Dragon Rider Alley later." Ju was about to call her master. After all, it was the Mountain Lord who came in person. Even if her master complained and scolded her, she should still inform him. Chen Pinggan stopped Ju and smiled, "Don't disturb the Taoist master. I'm just passing by to see you." Ju was a little nervous. "Mountain Lord Chen, the business of the shop is not very good." Chen Pinggan said, "It's okay. The business of the straw shop is actually not bad. You should continue to work hard. If you have something to do, go to Luo Po Mountain. Don't be embarrassed." Ju, You must help me pass this sentence to the old man. The Taoist master is a kind person. Even if something really happens, he likes to shoulder it. This is actually not good. It's not a big family. By the way, I won't be sitting in the shop. I still have some things to do. Ju who had just opened the door, quietly rubbed her hands behind her back and whispered, Mountain Lord Chen, you really don't want to drink a cup of tea? Chen Pinggan waved his hand and smiled, I really don't want to drink. Just take it as an extra. Ju smiled. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, Ju's complexion is much better than before. It shows that the soil and water of my hometown is still nourishing. I used to worry that you won't be used to living here, but now I'm relieved. Ju blushed a little. Chen Pinggan waved goodbye. He took Kui Dongshan along the steps of Dragon Riding Alley and went to the ancestral house of Mud Bottle Alley. This route was necessary to pass through the Jiyu family's ancestral house first. Chen Pinggan stopped and asked, What about Uncle Jiyu? Kui Dongshan said, It's difficult for an upright official to judge a family matter. But now that Jiyu Dao has become the mountain deity of the old mountains of the Li dynasty, it can be said that his merit and virtue have been fulfilled. A woman can get whatever she wants in the county capital. Jiyu Kan is doing well at the calligraphy lake. Her son is promising and her husband has reached the heavens in a single bound. As a woman, when her life is good, many of her faults are naturally hidden. Chen Pinggan continued to move forward, the house with the plaque Xiu Shui Gao Feng hanging. Kui Dongshan said slowly, The ghost in the wedding dress? Poor ghost. She fell in love with a poor person. The former was hateful and abominable. In fact, the latter was really pitiful. Back then, she was cheated by the scholars of the academies on both sides of the Lu dynasty and the Great Sui Kingdom. In the end, she committed suicide by jumping into the lake. An infatuated man who only wanted to earn the title of a sage in the academy by virtue of his knowledge hoped to be able to exchange for the recognition and conferment of the imperial court so that he could marry a female ghost. Unfortunately, she was born early. She was born in Dali back then, not in Dali today. Otherwise, there would be two completely different endings. The female ghost was in the academy. After all, she was a filthy ghost. Naturally, she couldn't even enter the gate. She insisted on barging in and almost had her soul dispersed. In the end, she wasn't so stupid. She used up her remaining relationship with the Dali imperial court to take away the scholar's bones. She also knew the truth that had been buried for a long time. It turned out that the scholar never let her down and even died because of this. She went completely crazy. After Jiyu Dao left her house, she carried a coffin and stumbled all the way back. She took off her wedding dress and changed into a mourning dress. She was in a daze every day and only said that she was waiting for someone. Chen Pinggan asked, What's right and wrong here? How do we calculate? Kui Dongshan stretched out a palm and made a few cuts in the air with a knife hand gesture. He smiled and said, It depends on where it starts and where it ends. If the female ghost and the scholar met and loved each other as the beginning, and the female ghost killed so many scholars as the end, then it's very simple. I was afraid that she would die with a slap. Now that she doesn't want to live anymore, everything ends once and for all. But if we look further, from the female ghost's achievements in the mountains and rivers, and from her good nature, then it will be very troublesome. If we still think that there's a chance that she can correct her mistakes and make up for it in the next 100 years or hundreds of years, then it will be even more troublesome. If we think from the perspective of those scholars who died in vain and think about the problem, then it will be big trouble. Kui Dongshan stopped and asked, Sir, may I ask, which part of the beginning and the end do you want to cut? Chen Pinggan didn't give an answer. When Chen Pinggan took out the key to open the door of the ancestral house, Kui Dongshan smiled and asked, Then have you thought about a problem? What does it have to do with you if things are so messy? After Chen Pinggan opened the door, he smiled and said, I'll think about it again. After opening the door, Chen Pinggan took out 2 small stools. After Kui Dongshan sat down, he smiled and said, On the mountain, there's a very ambiguous saying, there's a reason to cultivate on the mountain. It turns out that they're all immortals. Chen Pinggan said, I've heard of it. Kui Dongshan said, when ordinary people hear it, They only feel that the world is unfair and treats them too little. Those who think like that are no longer immortals. Besides being angry, they should feel sad for themselves. That's what they should feel. Chen Pinggan remained silent. He used the tip of his foot to draw a circle with a very small gap in the mud in the courtyard. Then, he drew a bigger circle outwards. There must be a path to take. Only then will everyone have a chance to choose. Kui Dongshan suddenly fell silent for a moment, and then slowly said, "Except for the first time, you haven't experienced real despair in your life." Chen Pinggan didn't say anything. He folded his hands in his sleeves and bent slightly, looking outside the mud bottle alley that was not closed. Kui Dongshan continued, "For example, Liu Xianyang still died that year." Kui Dongshan said again, "For example, Qi Jingchun was actually the mastermind behind the scenes, the one who schemed against you the most." Kui Dongshan continued, "For example, Ji Yukan made you think that he knew he was wrong and was correcting his mistakes. Later, you realized that was not the case. For example, when Pei Qian returned to Lotus Root-blessed land for the first time, he killed Cao Qinglang. Then he chose to wait for death, betting that you wouldn't kill him." Chen Pinggan finally said, "Set up a small world. I have something on my mind that I have to say." Kui Dongshan used his flying sword to draw a golden thunder pool. Chen Pinggan stood up, folded his hands in his sleeves, and walked around in the courtyard. He said softly, "After Mr. Qi died, he still protected me, because there was a conflict between the 3 sects that Mr. Qi intended for me." "I know." Kui Dongshan stood up, his face pale, and said, "You shouldn't have known the truth so early." Chen Pinggan turned his head, looked at Kui Dongshan, and said expressionlessly, "Don't worry. I'm very smart and calm. So Mr. Qi won't lose, and neither will I, Chen Pinggan." 568. Kui Dongshan looked dejected and sat back on the stool. He stretched out his hands, one above his head and the other on his knees. "So what if Qi Jingchun is here to protect you? You're still at the lower level. There are many accidents between the higher and the lower levels. Du Maro is an example." At this point, Kui Dongshan thought of a certain existence and curled his lips. "Well, Du Maro aside, Qi Jingchun still has some countermeasures. But if you go a little further, the cultivators of the upper 5 realms below the ascendant realm, such as UPU, immortals, or nascent soulsword cultivators, what will you do if you fight them?" Chen Pinggan turned around and smiled. "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't all cultivators in the world have to deal with all kinds of accidents when they climb the mountain? Logic is never logic if it goes to the extreme. Don't you understand? You need to change your stubborn attitude of not admitting defeat." Kui Dongshan said, "Can't I admit defeat in my heart and not in my mouth?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said nothing. Kui Dongshan restrained his expression and said, "It's not good to know so early." Chen Pinggan said, "I know." Kui Dongshan scratched his head with both hands and said gloomily, "Since ancient times, God's plan is better than ours." This sentence can scare people to death at the top of the mountain. You can only win if you don't intend to. Don't you know that you were very lucky to be able to win against Lu Chen in the early years? Now, if Lu Chen were to target Mr. again, he would be willing to be shameless and set up an elaborate trap for Mr. Mr. would definitely lose. Kui Dongshan stopped what he was doing and said in a serious tone, "Lose?" Chen Pinggan nodded. "Maybe." Kui Dongshan sighed with a complicated expression. The formation of a clear understanding was making enemies for oneself. It was simply making enemies with the world. The weeds on the ground were far more resistant to the strong wind than the tall trees. Chen Pinggan sat back on the stool and smiled. "Don't worry about this. People can't be scared to death by themselves. I've walked through Mud Bottle Alley for so many years. There's no reason for me to be timid. I can't practice martial arts in vain. I can't live in vain." Kui Dongshan nodded. "It's good that you think that way." Chen Pinggan said slowly, "Let's take things one step at a time. That's all we can do. When we were on the ferry, you were able to make my 12 children feel as if victory was within our grasp. But 10 years later, what if I live for 100 years? Kui Dongshan said in a low voice, if the chessboard is still the same 19 vertical and horizontal lines, I dare not say that I can still give you 12 pieces in a few decades. But if the chessboard is slightly bigger, Chen Pinggan looked straight ahead and smiled. Shut up. Kui Dongshan smiled and said, Mr. is the most elegant when he's being unreasonable. His student was looking forward to it. He was looking forward to it. Chen Pinggan said that he was going out and didn't bother about Kui Dongshan. Kui Dongshan remained in the ancestral home, squatting on the ground and looking at the two circles. He wasn't trying to figure out their meaning, but rather, he was just bored. There were thousands of studies in the world, but there weren't many that could make Kui Dongshan think about them in detail. Chen Pinggan went to his parents' graves and burned a lot of paper, some of which he bought from the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. Then, he squatted there and added soil. Kui Dongshan tiptoed and leaned against the wall, looking into the courtyard next door. The feng shui of this alley was really good. Song Jisin had become Dallas' vassal. GQ was even more so. The entire old dragon city was her courtyard, and the Fu family was her bodyguard. Kui Dongshan climbed up the wall and jumped twice, shaking off the dust. Sword Immortal Cow. She had already returned from North Continent to South Suro Continent. After all, the Xiongtown Tower needed someone to guard it. Only Cao Jun, whose cultivation path was a little bumpy, was left behind to climb up the ranks in Dali. It wasn't that Mr. didn't have an answer about the wedding dress ghost. It was just that Kui Dongshan purposely made it more complicated, in order to confirm which kind of study Mr. was leaning toward. As it turned out, he had shot himself in the foot. Kui Dongshan was rather regretful now. Kui Dongshan extended his hands, opened his fingers, and shook his wrists. If it weren't for this, Kui Dongshan would have liked to talk to Mr. about another trivial matter, a study that required the interweaving of countless tiny threads. Naturally, Kui Dongshan wouldn't teach Mr. everything. He would only pick the parts that were beneficial to Mr.'s cultivation. Creating a porcelain man. How did a pile of broken porcelain pieces assemble into a real human being? How did the 3 souls and 6 spirits, the 7 emotions and the 6 desires come into being? The root of knowledge was to weave a net. The biggest problem right now was that the cost was too high, the knowledge was too deep, and the threshold was too high. Even Kui Dongshan couldn't come up with any solution. Once it was done, the greatest external concern of the world, the invasion of the demon race, and the mortal enemy that the Qingming world had to build the Beko Keikyang building to resist, would not be able to escape the fate of total annihilation. In a sense, the appearance of human beings was the earliest porcelain man. It was just that the material was different. Kui Dongshan also hoped that one day, someone who could convince him sincerely would tell him whether his choice was right or wrong when he was about to succeed. Not only that, the person would also tell him clearly what was wrong and what was right. Then, Kui Dongshan would be able to act generously, regardless of life and death. He wouldn't be like the old scholar back then, who only talked about the result and didn't say why. A Dali military ferry slowly docked at the crossing of the Oxhorn Mountain. Accompanying it was a huge dragon boat that had been camouflaged by Wei Pai of the Northern Mountain and Jinqing of the Middle Mountain. Liu Zhongruan, Liu Baixiang, and Wei Xian got off the dragon boat. General Liu Xuanmei and sword cultivator Cao Jun didn't get off the boat. They escorted the dragon boat all the way here, which was considered a success. Liu Xuanmei still needed to report to the hunting inspector Cao Gui. Liu Xuanmei asked softly, "Is that green-robed young man Chen Pinggan, the leader of the Luopa Mountain? Like your ancestors, he was born in that mud bottle alley." Cao Jun sat on the railing and nodded. "He's a very interesting young man. In my eyes, he's even more interesting than Ma Kushuan." Liu Xuanmei smiled. "Chen Pinggan is also a friend of my good friend Guaniran. At the end of last year, we talked about this leader of the Luopa Mountain at Fan Street. Guaniran has a steady temperament since he was young, so he didn't say much. However, I can see that Guaniran values this person very much." This was the first time Cao Jun heard of this, but he didn't find it strange. Liu Xuanmei felt a little nostalgic. That Fu Yu who came from Yingkai Alley seems to be the prefect of Baoshi Prefecture now. He's quite successful. However, I'm not very close to Fu Yu. I only remember that when we were young, Fu Yu liked to follow us around every day. At that time, the kids from Yinkai Alley didn't like to hang out with the kids from Yinkai Alley. The two groups of kids didn't get along well. Every year, both sides would meet and have a few fierce snowball fights. Fu Yu was more awkward. He didn't get along with either side, so every time it snowed, he simply didn't go out. Regarding this governor, I only remember this. But in truth, Lag Alley and Fan Street each had their own big and small hills. It was very lively. After growing up, it became boring. When we meet occasionally, everyone is smiling. Cao Jun laughed. In another 100 or 200 years, if I think of General Liu again, I think it's about the same. Liu Xuanmei said helplessly, "You really don't know how to chat." Cao Jun said, "If I knew how to chat, I would have been promoted and become rich." Liu Xuanmei shook her head, "If you don't have any real military merits, you don't know how to chat, why would I bother with you?" Cao Jun laughed, "You know how to chat." Liu Xuanmei leaned on the railing, "No matter if I die on the battlefield or from old age, when you pass by the Aquarius continent in the future, remember to visit my grave." Cao Jun looked into the distance. "Who said that cultivators must live long? Between you and me, it's hard to say who will visit the grave and offer wine." Liu Xuanmei laughed bitterly. "Can't you say something pleasing?" Cao Jun thought for a while. "I wish General Liu to become a hunting envoy soon." Liu Xuanmei nodded. "That's good." Liu Xuanmei laughed. "Then I wish Sword Immortal Cao to ascend to the upper 5 realms soon." Cao Jun rubbed his cheeks with both hands. "That's difficult." Chen Pinggan only brought Pei Qian and Zhu Mili to welcome Cao Jun. As for Cao Jun, who was wearing a dazzling black robe and carrying a long and short sword, Chen Pinggan saw him clearly but pretended not to see him. Wei Xian nodded to Chen Pinggan, and Chen Pinggan returned the greeting with a smile. Only when he saw Pei Qian, Wei Xian smiled for the first time. "This little black charcoal, he's quite fast." Pei Qian jumped all the way to Wei Xian's side and swaggered around Wei Xian. "Oh, you're even darker now." Wei Xian said with a straight face, "Impudent." Pei Qian said angrily, "What the hell? Are you putting on airs with me again? Who are you trying to fool? What kind of golden pole does your family have?" Wei Xian said, "Now I'm Dallas Wu Shenlang, and a high official." The founding emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom, Wei Xian, was born in the countryside and rose to fame on the battlefield. Pei Qian pointed at Zhu Mili, who was carrying 2 walking poles, with a thumb. "How old?" "As old as her." Wei Xian didn't know what Pei Qian was up to. "Do you have a story?" Pei Qian shouted, "Zhu Mili." The little girl in black stomped her feet, raised her head and puffed out her chest. "Here." Pei Qian snorted, "Say it, what's your name?" Zhu Mili frowned, stood on her tiptoes, and whispered in Pei Qian's ear, "You called my name just now. Should I call myself the Mute Lake Monster or the Right Protector of Luopo Mountain?" Pei Qian sighed, "This little winter melon is just a bit stupid, but everything else is good." Wei Xian smiled as he stretched out his hand, wanting to rub Charcoal's head. Unexpectedly, Pei Qian lowered his head and bent his waist, nimbly dodging Wei Xian's hand. Pei Qian clicked his tongue and said, "Old Wei, you're getting old. How are you going to find a wife with your stubble? You're still single. It's okay, don't be sad. In our Luopo Mountain, there are many people like you who can't find a wife. Neighbors like Wei Pai, old Chef Zhu, Zheng Dafeng at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Bai who left home, old Song at the top of the mountain, Yuan Lai, all of them are miserable." Wei Xian smiled, "You don't have a wife either, right?" Pei Qian's mouth twitched, and he snorted 3 times. Zhu Mili followed suit, laughing. Chen Pinggan, who had just finished chatting with Lu Baixiang and Liu Zhongruan, smashed a chestnut on each of their heads. Pei Qian was used to it. Zhu Mili, who once stood in the big bamboo box and let Chen Pinggan eat chestnuts, opened her mouth to bite Chen Pinggan, but Chen Pinggan held her head. Just as Zhu Mili was about to attack, she heard Pei Qian's heavy cough, and immediately stopped moving. Liu Zhongruan had a sword talisman made by the Dragon Spring Sword sect, so he left with the wind. The precious water hall, which was refined by the immortals, was still hidden on the dragon boat for the time being. Later, Lu Baixiang would ask Wei Pai to directly use his magical power to send it to the back of the fish. Otherwise, the water hall was the size of a carriage, and she didn't have the legendary object near her. It was not that she couldn't use magic to move the water hall, but it was too obvious. There were too many people at the ferry, and Liu Zhongruan really didn't want to complicate things. As for the dragon boat named Flipping Ink, it was of course the property of the Luopo Mountain. Moreover, the entire Oxhorn Mountain was jointly owned by Chen Pinggan and Wei Pai, so it was natural for it to be parked here. Lu Baixiang led the way and led Chen Pinggan onto the dragon boat. This huge object was 3 stories high, which was not surprising, but it was extremely large, half the size of the cross-continent ferry of the linen sect. It could carry more than 1,000 people, and if it was full of goods, of course, it would be different. Now that Luopo Mountain had obtained such a large and sturdy ancient ferry, there were many things they could do. Chen Pinggan couldn't help but gently stomp his feet again and again, and his face was full of smiles. Just now, when Pei Qian and Zhu Mili heard that from today onwards, such a large immortal ferry was the property of the Luopo Mountain, their eyes widened. Pei Qian pinched Zhu Mili's cheek and twisted it hard. The little girl cried out in pain, and Pei Qian grunted. It seemed that it was really not a dream. Zhu Mili nodded vigorously, saying no, no. Pei Qian patted Zhu Mili's head and said, Mili, you are really a little lucky star. Does it hurt? Zhu Mili grinned and said, it hurts like a hammer. Pei Qian covered her mouth and whispered, how could I forget that when we are outside, we are not allowed to casually let people know that we are a big water monster. If we scare people, we are always in the wrong. The little girl in black was sad and happy at the same time. The ferry strolled through floor by floor, and from time to time, it opened the door of the room that had sunk for hundreds of years and still had the smell of wood. Because the decorations of the ferry had long been removed and used for the national treasury to prepare for war, now the big and small rooms were similar in layout. In fact, they were all about the same. Chen Pinggan didn't feel bored at all. Finally, he came to the top floor and stood in the largest room. If there was no accident, this would be the sky room of the turning ink ferry in the future. Chen Pinggan suddenly restrained his expression and came to the observation deck with a wide view. The crash of the ferry in the Jianshan Mountain in the Zhuang dynasty affected the whole situation. Everyone on the ferry was a chess piece. It was just that some survived, and some died. As for why Mr. Jian, who destroyed the ferry, did so, and what kind of hatred made him choose to act so decisively, it didn't seem to be important. Chen Pinggan was thinking about a problem. His cultivation was low now, and his family was weak. Mentioning this matter again was like hitting a stone with an egg, so he could temporarily endure it. But if Luopa Mountain was now a sect, and he was already an earth immortal of the nascent soul realm or even a cultivator of the pure jade realm, he could accumulate grievances in his heart and talk about the situation of Chun Shui and Qiusha. It could be said that he would have to pay a huge price for it. For example, he would completely fall out with the Dali dynasty and become enemies with the Lord of Heaven Xiesha. The 4 people in the picture scroll would die one by one, and Luopa Mountain would be in a precarious situation. Everyone on the mountain would become a street rat in the Aquarius continent. Chen Lingjun would die if he went to the North Continent, and Chen Ruchu would no longer be able to go to Longquan County City. The Dali men of sacrifice at the shop in Dragon Alley changed from guards to assassins. The lives of the people of Luopa Mountain were uncertain. If someone left Luopa Mountain, who would be in the wrong? How should Chen Pinggan choose? If Chen Pinggan was now a true sword immortal, he could save a lot of trouble. 1 shoulder and 1 sword. But how difficult was it to become a sword immortal? It was so far away that the hope was slim. Besides life and death, there were still many disasters. Chen Pinggan would also learn from little Bao Ping, Pei Qian, and Li Huai. When he read the Jianghu novels, he admired the heroes in the books who pressed forward without hesitation. They were resolute, disregarded life and death, and sacrificed themselves for justice without hesitation. The world not only needed such stories in books, but also many such people outside the books. What they did might be big or small, but there was a clear distinction between good and evil. But compared to Pei Qian, who picked the wonderful stories of heroes and read them over and over again, who met the unparalleled Jianghu seniors, who made the most interesting friends in Jianghu, who fought for justice and killed those big devils. Pei Qian liked to skip a lot of stories of hardships. Chen Pinggan often read the beginning and was stuck. The people who were destined to have all kinds of encounters and opportunities in the future would often have their families broken and their families destroyed at the beginning. They would be alone and carried a deep hatred of blood. Then, in the books, they would suddenly grow up. Chen Pinggan would feel uncomfortable. Those wonderful stories of the Jianghu might be very fascinating, making Li Huai and Pei Qian in high spirits, but it was difficult for Chen Pinggan to empathize with them. Perhaps it was because real life wasn't written in black and white. Pei Qian asked in the room, "Master, what's wrong?" Chen Pinggan shook his head, "Nothing. I just thought of something in the past." Lu Baixiang came to Chen Pinggan's side and said with a smile, "Congratulations." Chen Pinggan said, "You have to hurry up too." Lu Baixiang's expression was somewhat melancholy. "I'm hesitating whether or not to find a chance to fight with Zhu Lian." Chen Pinggan smiled, "I think it's okay. It won't cost any money anyway." Lu Baixiang looked at Chen Pinggan. "In the North Continent, you got beaten up quite a bit." Chen Pinggan nodded. 2 10th realm martial artists helped to feed me punches one after another, beating me to death. "Are you envious?" Lu Baixiang smiled. "Now that you mention it, I feel much better." Chen Pinggan said, "Don't forget, this narrow saber, stopping Shui, was lent to you." Lu Baixiang joked, "Didn't I help Luopa Mountain find 2 good seedlings? Are they not good enough for a saber?" Chen Pinggan did not respond, only saying, "Yuan Bao, Yuan Lai, that's a good name." Lu Baixiang asked, "You've met them?" Chen Pinggan grunted, "When I met them, I praised their names. But the way that little girl looked at me was exactly the same as the way Center Yuanji looked at me when she was guarding against a thief. I don't understand. After so many years in the martial arts world, I only end up being misunderstood in my own Luopa Mountain." Lu Baixiang laughed, "I'm in a good mood." Pei Qian was currently pacing around Wei Yixian, his fingers together, continuously using the body-fixing technique on Wei Yixian. Wei Yixian leaned against the door, ignoring him. Chen Pinggan turned his head and looked, asking, "Earlier, you said in your letter that Center Yuanji fell down while practicing. What happened?" Pei Qian seemed to have been hit by the body-fixing technique. His body was stiff in place, sweat seeping out of his forehead. He could only give Zhu Mili a look. Lying to Shifu was absolutely impossible, but being honest with Shifu was not an option either. Zhu Mili was indeed worthy of being her trusted general. She immediately understood and said loudly, "It's dark at night. Even a ghost can't be seen. Sister Center accidentally fell down." Chen Pinggan nodded. Pei Qian put his hands behind his back and gave Zhu Mili 2 thumbs up. Chen Pinggan said with emotion, "With this dragon boat, Luopa Mountain will have more confidence in doing business with Linen Sect and Spring Dew Garden. Not only that, Luopa Mountain will have more room to maneuver." Lu Baixiang said, "The dragon boat can be decorated simply. Anyway, from what you said, the dragon boat is mainly used to transport goods. But what about the people who support the normal operation of the ferry?" Chen Pinggan said with a smile, "When Zhu Lian returns to Luopa Mountain, let him have a headache. If it doesn't work, Kui Dongshan has a lot of connections. Let him help Luopa Mountain spend money to hire people to board the ferry." Lu Baixiang did not add insult to injury this time. He said, "I will try to help find some people, but the most important thing is to choose a ferry steward with enough weight. Otherwise, it will be easy to make trouble." Chen Pinggan said, "Actually, I have some ideas about this matter. But whether it can be done or not, we have to wait until the ancestral hall is built." The location of Luopa Mountain's ancestral hall had been decided long ago. With Wei Pai there, it was a very simple matter. After Chen Pinggan sent a flying sword message back to Luopa Mountain from Mui Mountain, Wei Pai had already begun to prepare. Because Luopa Mountain's ancestral hall did not pursue a large scale, it did not take much manpower and resources. And the large-scale construction in the mountains to the west of Longquan County over the years, in addition to the continuous construction of several counties, had accumulated a lot of experience. Most importantly, Chen Pinggan proposed that the ancestral hall did not need a special array. In his words, if Luopa Mountain's great mountain and river array could be broken by someone and successfully climbed the mountain to demolish the ancestral hall, then whether or not the ancestral hall was protected by an array was actually meaningless. Chen Pinggan said, "I've delayed a lot of your matters." Lu Baixiang said with a smile, "Just think of it as sharpening a blade to cut firewood. My sect is only a vassal of Luopa Mountain. If it succeeds, then that's for the best. If it doesn't, then it won't hurt Luopa Mountain. I will naturally grasp the propriety of it. But let me say the ugly words first. In many matters, my methods are not clean. I can only guarantee that I won't go overboard." Chen Pinggan said, "Try not to give me a chance to gossip." Lu Baixiang chuckled. As the mountain lord, after Chen Pinggan personally burned incense and offered sacrifices to the 4 directions of heaven and earth, the construction of Luopa Mountain's ancestral hall began. The ancestral hall was located on the Jisa Peak, a secondary peak of Luopa Mountain. Because there was a bamboo building on the main peak, the situation was somewhat awkward. At the top of this spirit-gathering peak, there was a mountain temple that was officially conferred by the Dali Imperial Court. Moreover, Chen Pinggan was actually particularly close to the Jisa Peak. On this day, in Zhu Lian's courtyard, Zheng Dafeng and Wei Pai were playing chess, while Kui Dongshan was watching from the side. On the side, Chen Lingjun was giving advice, telling Zheng Dafeng and Wei Pai how to place their pieces. In the past 2 days, Chen Lingjuan's back was particularly stiff. Because he had wandered around the mountains in the west for many years, he had met many cultivators who had set up residences here. One of them was a Dragon Gate cultivator of Yellow Lake Mountain. In the past, they were not very familiar with each other and even disliked each other. This was because there was a lake in Yellow Lake Mountain with a giant python in it. Chen Lingjun and the Black Snake both coveted it. Unexpectedly, at the turn of summer and autumn this year, the other party took the initiative to express his goodwill. After a few rounds of drinking, not long ago, the old Dragon Gate cultivator suddenly said that he planned to sell Yellow Lake Mountain. At the table, he said that Brother Chen had a wide network and many acquaintances. He was the guest of honor at the night banquet of Wei Shan. Chen Lingjun drank a large bowl of wine and patted his chest in agreement. However, when he left Yellow Lake Mountain, he was a little worried that this was a trap targeted at Luopa Mountain, so he found Chen Pinggan and told him about it. Then, Kui Dongshan said to buy it. It was cheap to get it, so it would be a waste not to take it. With such a high mountain as their backing, what was there to be afraid of? Chen Pinggan asked Chen Lingjun to negotiate the details. The price of celestial coins, gold essence coins, and copper essence coins could all be negotiated. If the negotiation was not going well, he would drag Wei Shan's god into the discussion. Chen Lingjuan's heart was beating like a drum. In a daze, he ran to Yellow Lake Mountain to drink. After all, he was used to drinking and discussing matters. In the end, the price was reduced to only 10 grain rain coins. At that time, Chen Lingjun was a little dumbfounded. "I casually gave you a number just to raise the price and haggle with you." In the end, the other party seemed to be stupefied and didn't move. "What's going on?" Chen Lingjun ascended the mountain in a daze and descended even more in a daze. Chen Pinggan did not say anything either. As a result, Luopa Mountain and Yellow Lake Mountain exchanged land deeds and celestial coins. They were inspected and recorded in the provincial governor's manor, Dallas Department of Rights, and the Department of Revenue respectively, sealing the deal extremely quickly. Chen Pinggan asked Kui Dongshan in private. Kui Dongshan smiled and said it was rare for the old bastard to be so kind, so there was no need to worry about it being a trap. Chen Lingjun had finally helped Luopa Mountain with something proper. After the ancestral hall was completed, the little water snake could be recorded in the records of merits and demerits of the ancestral hall. As a result, Chen Lingjun walked with his nose in the air right now. Coupled with Pei Qian, Chen Ruchu, and Ju Mili, the 3 girls, they all saw him in a different light. In particular, Pei Qian led Ju Mili to flatter him without holding back at all. If it were not for the fact that Kui Dongshan pressed down on Chen Lingjuan's head one time and said Grandpa Chen had been walking a little too freely recently, he would have only restrained himself a little. Otherwise, Chen Lingjun would have been even more arrogant. In the past few days, Chen Pinggan had been going through his belongings. Most of them needed to be returned to the treasury of the ancestral hall, so he had to record them all. Some of them were to be given away as gifts from the Mountain Lord during the completion ceremony. Chen Pinggan had only helped Pei Qian feed her punches once, and that was it. Even though he said he was fighting a 4th realm cultivator against a 4th realm cultivator, he was actually still facing off against Pei Qian as a 5th realm cultivator. In the end, he still underestimated Pei Qian's size, allowing Pei Qian to punch him in the face immediately. Although martial artists with the golden body would not be injured, let alone bleed, Chen Pinggan's dignity as a master had been completely destroyed. Before Chen Pinggan could secretly increase his cultivation, preparing to feed Pei Qian with a 6th realm cultivator, he never thought Pei Qian would refuse to spar with his master no matter what. She hung her head in a sickly manner, saying she had committed the capital crime of disrespect, so master could just beat her to death. She would never fight back. If she fought back, she would be expelled from the sect herself. How was he supposed to teach her? The two of them walked barefooted to the corridor on the 2nd floor, leaning on the railing to admire the scenery. Behind the master and disciple were 2 pairs of boots neatly placed at the entrance of the bamboo building. In the courtyard, Wei Pai, who was twirling a chess piece with 2 fingers, suddenly put it back into the chess jar and laughed, "No more, no more. The ferry Zhu Lian is on has already entered Huangting territory." When Zhang Dafeng was playing chess, Pei Qian and the rest basically stayed far away from him. It was better not to get close to someone who took off his shoes and scratched his feet while munching on melon seeds. Zhang Dafeng did not mind Wei Pai going back on his word. A game of chess only cost money, and a little gambling was fun. Kui Dongshan stood at the side, spreading his arms, allowing Pei Qian and Zhu Mili to hang on the swing. Kui Dongshan laughed, "Wei Shanjun can go get them. I'll take over. Brother Dafeng, what do you think?" Zhang Dafeng glanced at the chessboard. Wei Pai's momentum was already gone. But since Kui Dongshan said so, Zhang Dafeng was not in a hurry to say yes or no. He took a few more glances and laughed, "What's the wager?" Kui Dongshan laughed, "What wager? I'm not short of money." Zhang Dafeng clicked his tongue, "Sure, then let's continue." Pei Qian and Zhu Mili finally let go. Kui Dongshan sat on Wei Pai's seat, picked up a chess piece, and gently placed it. Zhang Dafeng glanced at Wei Pai behind Kui Dongshan. The latter smiled, "Let's watch for a while longer. Zhu Lian is on the ferry, spitting everywhere. He's busy helping Luopa Mountain cheat people. Let's not spoil his fun." Kui Dongshan's chess pieces flew. Zhang Dafeng did not believe it. How could he turn the situation around like this? He was not slow either. Even if the guy opposite him was the one who played the rosy clouds, Zhang Dafeng did not think he would lose. In the end, Zhang Dafeng learned from Wei Pai and put the chess piece into the chess pot. He laughed, "Let's not play anymore. Wei Pai and I are going to pick up Brother Zhu. A day without him feels like 3 years. How many days has it been? I miss him." Kui Dongshan did not care at all. He called Chen Ruchu, who was sitting quietly at the side eating melon seeds, "Come, let's continue. I'll help Brother Dafeng play chess. You play white. Otherwise, there will be no suspense." Chen Ruchu smiled and nodded. She liked to play chess. Otherwise, she would not be so focused on watching Wei Pai and the other 2 play chess. Kui Dongshan did not get up. He just changed the position of the chess pot. Kui Dongshan and Chen Ruchu continued to play chess. Wei Pai and Zhang Dafeng walked out of the courtyard side by side. Wei Pai laughed, "It's a bit embarrassing." Zhang Dafeng nodded, "It's a bit. Fortunately, Brother Zhu is not here. Otherwise, he would probably still lose." Not waiting for them to go too far, Chen Lingjun said loudly, "What's going on? How did the stupid girl win?" Chen Ruchu blushed and said, "Mr. Kui deliberately lost to me." Kui Dongshan said innocently, "How is that possible?" Pei Qian stood behind Chen Ruchu. He pressed his hands on his shoulders and said in a deep voice, Nuan Shu. From today onwards, you are our Luo Po Mountain's #1 Go expert. In the future, before old chef, Zheng Dafeng, and Wei Pai play chess, they will all bow to you to show their respect. Lu Baixiang also had his own house on Luo Po Mountain. The name of the house, the plaque, the couplets, and other things were all undecided by Luo Po Mountain. They were left to the owner to decide and decorate. Chen Ruchu began to feel that Zhu Lian's idea was very humane and agreed. But Zhu Lian himself said that Luo Po Mountain was short of money. Let these heartless fellows pay for it themselves. Wei Xian sat leisurely at Lu Baixiang's side, drinking a little wine. There were some side dishes on the table. They were all prepared by Chen Ruchu, the little housekeeper. Every house had different owners and different tastes, so there were different wines and side dishes. Lu Baixiang's 2 direct disciples, the siblings, Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai, sat at the side. Yuan Bao had a good impression of the serious Wei Xian. Compared to Zhu Lian and Zheng Dafeng, his impression of him was much better. At the mountain gate, Zhu Lian, who had been dragged directly from the ferry to the foot of Luo Po Mountain by Wei Pai, carried a bag on his back and lamented, My old bones are covered in dust and wind. I'm really going to fall apart. Don't complain to us here. It's useless. Zheng Dafeng laughed, I've already sprained my ankle because of someone. A few days ago, it was Miss Center who helped look after the mountain gate. As for our mountain god Wei, he was at the unpolished Jade Realm, but he was also scolded badly. Now it's just you. Zhu Lian glanced at Wei Pai, then at Zheng Dafeng, and laughed, If you didn't scare me, I would have believed you. Now that you've opened your mouth, you've exposed yourself. Up the mountain, there's nothing to worry about. Wei Pai stretched out his hand, I've won. A piece of snow costs money. Zheng Dafeng slapped away Wei Pai's hand, You lost the chess game, so we're even. Zhu Lian laughed, So it's true. I knew it with a trick. Wei Pai laughed, Don't believe it. This guy knew it from the beginning. Otherwise, we'll lose again. Zheng Dafeng squinted, Do I need you to tell me that? Zhu Lian wiped his mouth, I've seen a lot on this trip. When I get back, I'll have Wei Pai bring 2 jugs of good wine. Let me slowly tell you about it. Zheng Dafeng immediately became spirited. He thought of something and whispered, How is it? Zhu Lian patted his bag. Zheng Dafeng nodded, Us brothers are truly top-notch scholars. We'll read until we're old. Wei Pai rubbed his forehead. Chen Pinggan stood alone on the 2nd floor of the bamboo house. He knew that Zhu Lian had arrived, but he didn't need to go out of his way to receive him. The cloud-splitting mountain had received 2 letters from the Tai Hui sword sect, one from Qi Jinglong and the other from the White Head. Qi Jinglong said in the letter that he had spent all his 100 pieces of grain rain money and bought an imitation sword from the Hate Sword Mountain, as well as 2 sets of armor crafted by the Sanlang Temple. The price wasn't cheap, but these 3 things were definitely not bad. They were too expensive, so he had the hemp sect deliver them to the Oxhorn Mountain. The letter was concise and to the point. It was still Qi Jinglong's usual style. At the end of the letter, it was a threat. If he succeeded in the 3 rounds of the Q-sword competition, and Xu Xingjiu from the Cloud City came up the mountain with a bamboo chest to visit him, then he would let Chen Pinggan decide what to do. The Whitehead's letter revealed a sense of schadenfreude. He said that the guy surnamed Liu was an eye-opener. Obviously, the Q-sword competition was just around the corner, but he still went to the Hate Sword Mountain and the Sanlang Temple one after another, which made the old men in the ancestral hall of the Tai Hui sword sect so worried that they almost broke their beards. In the Hate Sword Mountain, he met Fairy Lu from the Water Classic Mountain. He didn't know what they talked about. He didn't know if the guy surnamed Liu was sanctimonious and careless with girls. Anyway, Fairy Lu was so angry that her eyes turned red, which shocked a lot of people. At the Temple of Sanlang, another confidant actually popped out. It seemed like she was a woman who had quite a reputation at the Temple of Sanlang. In any case, she had followed the 2 of them from the beginning to the end. Her gaze could eat people up. The one surnamed Liu picked 2 treasures, negotiated the price, and ran away. Chen Pinggan walked slowly from one end of the corridor to the other, going back and forth in this manner. Unexpectedly, before Zhu Lian arrived, Wei Pai came first. He brought over a secret flying sword message, which had just been received by the cloud-covering mountain. The writer was Luo Po Mountain's consecrator, Zhu Fei. After Chen Pinggan read the letter, he sighed. Was there such a coincidence? He walked to the first floor, took out a picture scroll, and threw in a gold essence copper coin. Sui Yuyu walked out of the picture scroll. Chen Pinggan asked, "What happened?" Sui Yuyu said indifferently, "I failed to kill and was killed. That's what happened. In the future, I will continue to cultivate in the Book Lake's Real Realm sect." Even if Sui Yuyu came back to life in the picture scroll, there was still a strong murderous aura on her body. From this, it could be seen that she had a lot of enmity with people in the Tongyi continent's Jade Gui sect. It was just that he didn't know if it was from the same sect on the mountain or from going down the mountain to experience the world. Chen Pinggan also didn't want to ask anything in detail. He smiled and said, "It just so happens that the Luo Po Mountain's ancestral hall is about to be lit, and then it will be the official hanging of the statue and offering of incense. Zhu Lian, Lu Baixiang, and Wei Xian are all on the mountain now." Sui Yuyu nodded and looked around. "This is Luo Po Mountain?" Chen Pinggan said, "You can stroll around as you wish." Sui Yuyu silently walked out of the house and stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing into the distance. Chen Pinggan didn't follow, sitting on a small bamboo chair. Zhu Lian and Zheng Dafeng, who were standing on the small path, came over and sat at the side. Zheng Dafeng sighed, "I just realized that the scenery here is good." Chen Pinggan smiled, "It's been hard on you." Zhu Lian shook his head, "It's not as hard as young master." Zheng Dafeng muttered, "It's not hard on you guys, but it's hard on me." After the Jise Peak's ancestral hall was lit, some guests had already arrived at Longquan County one after another. Picking an auspicious day, the mountain lord Chen Pinggan took the lead in hanging the statue and offering incense. This time, when Luo Po Mountain officially established the mountain gate, there wasn't much fanfare, and they didn't invite many people who could have been invited up the mountain. For example, Old Dragon City's Fan family and Sun family. There were also some well-informed people who wanted to come but didn't dare to come up the mountain without permission, such as the two water gods of Huangting country. There were also many friends who weren't suitable to appear in the eyes of others, and could only keep their regrets in their hearts. Therefore, the people who came to attend the ceremony were all close to the water pavilion, such as Northern Mountain Lord Wei Pai, Cloud Mountain Forest's Deer Academy's Deputy Mountain Lord, Dragon Spring Sword Sect's Sect Master Wan Wei, and two direct disciples, Golden Core Cultivator Dong Jiyu, Dragon Gate Realm Sword Cultivator Xu Xiaoqiao, Boiled Fish Back Pearl Hairpin Island's Liu Zhongruan. These were the guests. Other than that, they were the people of Luo Po Mountain, this new mountain. 3 portraits hung in the ancestral hall. An old elementary scholar was hanging in the middle. Qi Jingchun. Kui Cheng. On the 3 incense tablets, only the name was written, and no other words were written. Mountain Lord Chen Pinggan. Eldest disciple Pei Qian. Student Kui Dongshan. Student Cao Qinglang. Zhu Lian, Lu Baixiang, Sui Yuyu, Wei Xian. Chen Lingjun, Chen Ruchu, Sharu. Center Yuanji, Yuan Bao, Yuan Lai. Luo Po Mountain's Guardian Consecrator, Zhu Mili. Official Consecrator, Zheng Dafeng. Zhong Qiu. Unpolished Jade Realm Wild Cultivator Zhu Fei. Honorary Consecrators, Blind Daoist Jiao Cheng, Zhao Dungao, Tianju North Continent's Hemp Sect's Nascent Soul Cultivator Du Wenxi, Ancestral Hall's Direct Disciple Pang Lanxi. The young mountain chieftain, who was closest to the 3 portraits, stood alone at the forefront. He was no longer the thin youth who wore straw sandals and had a charcoal black face. He wore a green robe and had a jade hairpin on his head. He had a slender figure and held incense in his hands, his back facing everyone. 569. Once the ancestral hall of Luo Po Mountain was completed, the rest of the buildings on Jise Peak would have to follow suit. Starting from the memorial arch at the foot of Jise Peak, and going up in order, there were more than 30 buildings of various sizes along this central axis. They had the characteristics of temples and monasteries, as well as the elegance of gardens. Even the plaques and couplets had detailed descriptions of what should be written on them. As for the remaining rooms outside the main hall and pavilion, it was especially evident of their skill. Zheng Dafeng and Wei Ba had also helped to come up with plans and suggestions. However, the final decision naturally still had to be made by Chen Pinggan, the mountain lord of Luopo Mountain. Chen Pinggan had brought the construction methods from Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. He had obtained it from the treasury of the Ministry of Works in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. Chen Pinggan highly praised it and gave it to Zhu Lian along with a large stack of copied blueprints from the ruins of the Immortal Mansion in Beiting Kingdom. Chen Pinggan only had one small request for the many auxiliary buildings of the ancestral hall. It was to have a landscape pavilion that imitated Song Yufan's villa. It could be named Ji Chun Pavilion or Long Pavilion. Other than that, Chen Pinggan did not have any more extravagant hopes. In the end, after Zhu Lian took the construction methods, she smiled playfully. Chen Pinggan then remembered that this was a model book issued by a certain imperial court in the history of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Zhu Lian laughed and said that she had indeed contributed to the compilation of this book. 2/3 of the building regulations in the book, such as the Kasoon Well and the Dugong, were actually her work. Chen Pinggan then asked with a smile why the mansions in the middle of the main peak of Luopo Mountain did not have the slightest trace of the construction methods and were built very mediocre. Zhu Lian answered confidently. At that time, the family was poor and even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. What's more, the young master lived in the bamboo house. The others should be grateful that they had a place to stay. Otherwise, if Zhu Lian had to do it herself, she would have to spend a lot of money to build a luxurious mansion. Now, the group of buildings led by the ancestral hall was where the face of Luopo Mountain lay. Naturally, it was not included. It must be done by Zhu Lian himself. He would not let mediocre craftsmen ruin the scenery of Jise Peak. In Zhu Lian's words, when you have no money, you should think about how to save money. You should be embarrassed when you don't have money. If you act like you have money, you will be looked down upon by others for no reason. But when you have money, you should be more particular about how to spend it. Chen Pinggan felt that it was very reasonable, but he still kept a straight face and held back his laughter. Although he said that he shouldn't make decisions on his own in the future, how could he let his own people suffer? Wouldn't that chill the hearts of all the officers and soldiers? Even Pei Qian felt that his master's words and expression at that time were not sincere at all. Pei Qian still felt that old chef's expression of wanting to die to atone for his sins was far less natural than his own. The guests who came to watch the ceremony had naturally left Luopo Mountain. Du Wenxi and Pang Lanshi, who were the honorary elders of Luopo Mountain, also took their own ferry and returned to the Skeleton Beach. Chen Pinggan gave Pang Lanshi 2 calligraphies, which he bought from a young county officer in a small county in Meili Kingdom with a few pots of divine wine. He asked Pang Lanshi to give the calligraphies to his great-grandfather. Lu Baixiang also brought the siblings, Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai, back to the border of the old Zhuang dynasty. Chen Pinggan gave the 2 direct disciples of the ancestral hall each a set of precious armor made by the San Lang Temple in North Continent. Zhong Qiu brought Cao Qinglang to travel around Lotus Root Blessed Land. After that, they would return to Luopo Mountain and Aquarius Continent. When sending Cao Qinglang off, Chen Pinggan not only gave his student the spring grass daoist robe that cost a lot of immortal money to repair, he also gave Cao Qinglang many bamboo slips that he carved along the way and a sentence. Learn from the books, be a person outside the books. Outside the bamboo building, the student bowed to the teacher and the teacher bowed back to the student. Sui Yuyu had already left the mountain and went to the Book Lake True Realm sect. Even though the sect master Jiang Shangzhen, who used the identity of the rogue cultivator Ju Fei, was at Luopo Mountain, Sui Yuyu did not talk to him much. Sui Yuyu did not mention much about the grudge of the Jade Gui sect. Previously, when he was at Luopo Mountain, he lived in seclusion every day and only went out once. That was when he visited Mount Huameng and Mount Yellow Lake. Only then did his mood improve slightly. It seemed that he had chosen a certain place and had some plans. Chen Pinggan originally wanted to ask about the whereabouts of the infatuation sword. Was it accidentally broken in a battle with someone, or was it stolen by someone? At the very least, there should be an explanation. Unfortunately, since Sui Yuyu did not speak, Chen Pinggan did not have the nerve to ask. Wei Xian took Pei Qian to Lotus Root Blessed Land. He said that he wanted to let Pei Qian know whether or not Wei Xian had a golden carrying pole at home. Pei Qian asked the founding emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom what would happen if he went to the palace and did not have a golden carrying pole at home. Wei Xian said that he would give him one. Pei Qian's eyes widened and he raised his hands, giving 2 thumbs up. Oh, no wonder old Wei is now a high official of Wu Shenlang. How generous. Regardless of whether he wins or loses, he will give me a golden carrying pole. Wei Xian chuckled. As the master of the True Realm sect, he should be the busiest one. However, Jiang Shangzhen shamelessly stayed on Luopo Mountain and did not leave. He even picked a mansion halfway up the main peak. Zhu Lian said that there was no empty mansion for the time being. Every mansion had its own owner. If there was no other choice, he would brace himself and specially build one for Zhu Feifei. Jiang Shangzhen suggested that they might as well build more immortal mansions. Luopo Mountain did not have much, but there was a lot of empty land. Not only was the main peak built, the empty back mountain of the main peak was built as well. Including Mount Huameng, all the mountains under the name of the Mountain Lord were not to be empty. All the expenses were to be paid by Zhu Feifei. Zhu Lian rubbed his hands and smiled, saying that this was not particularly appropriate. Jiang Shangzhen waved his hand and directly gave Zhu Lian a large amount of grain rain money, saying that this was the responsibility of Zhu Feifei and was extremely appropriate. Zhu Lian held the grain rain money in one hand and carefully counted it. He said that there were 15 grains, which was an odd number. Why not return 1 grain to Zhu Feifei? Then he just stood there and did not see any movement. Jiang Shangzhen had a guilty look on his face, saying that good things should come in pairs. He then gave him another 3 grains of grain rain money. Zhu Lian then took the money and carefully put it in his sleeve. He lamented that it was hard to find another person in Luopo Mountain who was as straightforward as Zhu Feifei. Recently, Kui Dongshan had been busy building trump cards and mountain formations for Mount Huameng, Mount Huanghu, and other mountains. For example, the pair of Dragon King baskets that Chen Pinggan had obtained from the North Continent could be placed in Mount Huanghu after being repaired by Immortal Fire Dragon. Chen Pinggan gave the Dragon King baskets to Chen Pinggan and Chen Ruchu respectively for them to refine. However, Chen Lingjun did not agree at first, hoping that Chen Pinggan could give it to the Black Snake of Chiduan Mountain who was about to transform into a human form. In the end, Chen Lingjun was still worried that there would be a mistake in the matter of Jida traversing the river. Once one of the Dragon King baskets was lost, it would implicate the fate of Mount Huanghu's mountains and rivers. The power of the protective mountain formation of Mount Huanghu, which was built around the 2 Dragon King baskets, would be greatly reduced. Chen Pinggan also did not agree. He told Chen Lingjun not to worry about this matter and to refine it into his natal item without worry. If he succeeded in traversing the river in the future, it was not like he could not return the favor to Mount Huanghu. Chen Lingjun was still hesitant. Chen Pinggan could only say that the Dragon King baskets were such precious treasures of the mountain. He was willing to give it to Chen Lingjun, but his heart would ache if he gave it to someone else. Chen Lingjun only then accepted it. When he left, he felt a little lightheaded. On this day, at the cliff side of the bamboo building, Chen Pinggan and Jiang Shangzhen, who was about to leave the mountain, sat opposite each other and drank. Of course, they were drinking the immortal wine that Jiang Shangzhen had brought. Jiang Shangzhen asked, "Is the Lotus Flower Blessed Land really going to give Xinjing sect 15% of the profits? Or is it permanent?" Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "It's not Xinjing sect or Yugui sect. It's the head of the Jiang family, or in other words, the consecrator Zhu Fei." Jiang Shangzhen laughed and said, "Then I'll just lie down and wait to collect the money. When I think of this, I'm worried. Jiang Shangzhen had no reason to reject benefits that were delivered to him. Just like the money and treasures that Jiang Shangzhen gave to Luopa Mountain, Zhu Lian accepted them without hesitation. It was just reciprocity. When Jiang Shangzhen first asked Luopa Mountain, it was for a permanent 20% of the profits of the blessed land. Zhenjing sect was willing to lend Luopa Mountain 3 sums of money. The first sum was 1,000 grains of grain rain money to help the Lotus Flower Blessed Land become a middle-grade blessed land. After that, it would take out another 2,000 grains of grain rain money to stabilize the Lotus Flower Blessed Land's fate of mountains and rivers and increase the flow of spiritual energy. After becoming a high-grade blessed land, Jiang Shangzhen still needed to take out 3,000 grains of grain rain money. The 3 sums of immortal money, without mentioning the interest, Luopa Mountain had to pay it back within 100 years, 500 years, and 1,000 years respectively. Otherwise, Zhenjing sect would have to lend them a high interest rate. Luopa Mountain could sell its vassal mountains to Zhenjing sect at a discount. If they were unwilling to give up their territory, they could also pay with their people. This was the true meaning of business is businesses. To Jiang Shangzhen, he had a lot of money. Giving people money was one thing, but how to earn money was another. He had to abide by the rules. In this period of time, other than gifting the 6 islands of the Book Lake to Luopa Mountain, Jiang Shangzhen would also transfer people from the famous Cloud Cave Blessed Land to enter the Lotus Flower Blessed Land and be in charge of the management. As for how much authority the Jiang family disciples had in this new middle-grade blessed land, it would depend on how much Luopa Mountain was willing to give. But at that time, Zhu Lian insisted that Luopa Mountain could only give 10% to Zhenjing sect. The Great Treasure Bottle Continent's northern mountain monarch, Wei Pai, had contributed money, effort, and people. Even if he worked like a cow or a horse, he would only get 10% of the profits. Zhenjing sect was too greedy. Even if Zhu Lian agreed to it, it would easily hurt Wei Pai's reputation. With Wei Pai's personality, who did not know of his reputation? If Wei Pai became estranged from Luopa Mountain because of this, Luopa Mountain would lose more than it would gain. Jiang Shangzhen originally did not expect to get 20%. The bottom line was a permanent dividend of 15%. If Zhu Lian insisted on 10% of the profits, it would be too little. Moreover, Zhu Lian had said one thing that Jiang Shangzhen was worried about. The Lotus Flower Blessed Land's territory was not big. There were 20 million people of Nanyuan Kingdom and other sentient beings, plus Songlai Kingdom, Beijing Kingdom, and the grasslands outside the Great Wall. Although including the souls of people, everything seemed to be in the void and was roughly divided into 4. But as time passed, as long as Luopa Mountain was properly managed, once the number of people in the blessed land exceeded 50 million, it would become a rare middle-grade blessed land. Cloud Cave Blessed Land was one of the few high-grade blessed lands. Jade Gui sect's Jiang family had managed it for generations, but they had never been able to break through the bottleneck of 90 million people. Of course, there was also Jiang Shangzhen's unscrupulous and reckless behavior. In history, there were a total of 5 great chaos where people were plunged into misery and suffering. In Jiang Shangzhen's hands, there were as many as 3. This was also the fun part of Zhu Lian. His words were extravagant, and he spoke a lot of nonsense. But he would always secretly hide 1 or 2 sentences that carried a lot of weight. Chen Pinggan gently tapped the table with his finger. Immortal money, gold and copper coins, secular dynasty emperors. This was the outline that should be followed if one wanted to manage a blessed land well. The cultivators on the mountain, the gods of the mountains and rivers between the mountain and the foot of the mountain, and the hearts of the people at the foot of the mountain. If there was a flaw in any of these links, and they were all interconnected, the blessed land would not be a treasure bowl, but a bottomless pit that ate up endless money. It would become a chicken rib, and it would even greatly weaken the foundation of a celestial sect. Wei Pai privately said something meaningful to Chen Pinggan. After obtaining such a lotus flower blessed land that temporarily has 40 million people, you have to be careful of your own heart. Chen Pinggan reassured Wei Pai. Jiang Shangzhen smiled. In the beginning, it's just a painful matter of spending money and dealing with the troublesome matters of the mountain and the foot of the mountain. When you manage it for a long time, there will be real troubles waiting for you. Mountain Master, you have to be mentally prepared. The amount of immortal money spent on a blessed land determined the number of cultivators and the height of the cultivation bottleneck. In an inferior blessed land, even if one had outstanding talent, it was very difficult to enter the cave-dwelling realm. Even Lake Mountain Sect's Yu Zhani, who was a cultivator of the 5 realms in the vast world, was also stuck at the Dragon Gate realm in the past in the Lotus Flower blessed land. After entering a medium blessed land, the cultivation genius could be expected to reach the Earth Immortal realm. In one of the great calamities in the history of the Cloud Cave blessed land, Jiang Shangzhen was secretly defeated by a cultivator of the Pure Jade realm who secretly colluded with several Earth Immortals. They abandoned their grudges and besieged Jiang Shangzhen, the god of the blessed land, who was traveling incognito. They tried to completely break away from the control of the Jiang family and created an unprecedented situation of separation of heaven and man. Of course, there was also the careful planning of some of the hostile forces of the Jade Gui sect. Otherwise, the cultivators of the blessed land would definitely not be able to do such a thing. Jiang Shangzhen spoke tirelessly and explained the secret history of the Cloud Cave blessed land in detail. Jiang Shangzhen began to conclude the disaster. Although after the event, I was furious and led people to break through the Cloud Cave blessed land, but in fact, I don't hate those top cultivators of the blessed land who failed at the last step. On the contrary, I feel that they are sad, respectable, and pitiful. The pitiful thing is that they worked hard to cultivate for hundreds of years, and some of them even cultivated to an unprecedented Jade realm, and died just like that. The respectable thing is that they had courage and insight, but the sad thing is that they mistakenly thought that they had succeeded. Without Jiang Shangzhen, the Cloud Cave blessed land would be free from then on. But they didn't know that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The Jiang family's master can be changed, and can even be supported by others as a puppet. When the new master takes office, as the price of becoming the Jiang family's master, whether it's repaying favors or repaying money, it means that the Cloud Cave blessed land will suffer a disaster for at least 100 years. Jiang Shangzhen sighed. But this kind of logic, as long as it's me, Jiang Shangzhen, who says it, it won't hold water from the beginning. It's destined to not make sense. I also feel that those proud and arrogant geniuses didn't do anything wrong. If I were them, I would also do the same. The only difference is that I would be more patient, and my plans would be more comprehensive. I would help the blessed land to get more benefits from the deal with the mastermind behind the scenes. Jiang Shangzhen smiled at Chen Pinggan. The world is strange. Good things may not come, but bad things will definitely come. I'm not deliberately saying bad things, but now, Mountain Lord, you can think of a way to deal with the future. It's hard to make money without foresight. Chen Pinggan said, thinking wrong first before doing things is one of my few good habits. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and nodded. After drinking, he prepared to leave. During this period of time, Jiang Shangzhen had wantonly collected a dozen sword talismans made by the Dragon Spring Sword sect through various channels. They were all bought at a high price. Ruan Teng's 2 direct disciples, Dong Jiyu and Xu Xiaoqiao, almost wanted to specially make a bunch of talisman swords for this unknown wild cultivator. In the end, they were scolded badly by Ruan Teng, who rarely reprimanded his disciples. Chen Pinggan stopped Jiang Shangzhen and took out the Taoist fast tablet from the token. Jiang Shangzhen said in surprise, "Is this the benefit of being the Luo Po Mountain's consecrator?" Chen Pinggan smiled. "It's a gift for that child." Jiang Shangzhen accepted the old fast heart tablet and clicked his tongue. 2 favors for 1 thing. I, Zhu Fei, am ashamed of my inferiority to Mountain Lord's realm of doing business. Chen Pinggan reminded him, "Don't teach a devil incarnate." Jiang Shangzhen said, "The current bookslip lake doesn't have the soil for the next GU can to grow." Chen Pinggan said with an indifferent expression, "I hope so." Jiang Shangzhen sighed and said, "It's the wild cultivator Zhu Fei who has nothing to do. The master of the True Realm sect and the master of the Jiang family are still very busy, so they returned to Bookslip Lake this time. For the meeting of allies, I may let someone below represent them. It may be Liu Laocheng or Li Fuyao. Anyway, It won't be the true realm sect's river-intercepting immortal. Chen Pinggan smiled and nodded. Both of them are fine. Next, Chen Pinggan would board the boat at the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry and take the Linen Sect's cross-continent ferry to the south, directly to Old Dragon City. On the way south, he would meet two groups of people. The first group was the Linen Sect and Spring Dew Garden to discuss the details of the cooperation. The second group was the allies formed around the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, including Jiang Shangzhen, Old Dragon City's Fan and Sun Jiashu. Now that the Blessed Land had been upgraded to a medium-level Blessed Land, there were many things to discuss again. While waiting for the Linen Sect's ferry to return south, when Wei Xian and Pei Qian returned to Luopa Mountain, Kui Dongshan would take Wei Xian and leave Longquan County together. Chen Pinggan planned to take his dragon boat and take Pei Qian to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. He had to go. Because of the completion of the ancestral hall of the Luopa Mountain, Chen Pinggan hoped that there would be people present, including Li Baoping, Li Huai, Lin Shuyi, and Yu Lu. Thank you. People are hard to please, things are hard to do. And Chen Pinggan once told Lu Chuan his wish, which was that one day in the future, he hoped to go to Luopa Mountain. Back then, he accompanied them step by step to the academy to study. In the future, they could concentrate on their studies on Luopa Mountain or one of the mountains in Longquan County. They were not from Luopa Mountain and were not recorded in the genealogy records. Luopa Mountain was just a place with beautiful scenery and many books. Every spring, the willows would rustle, the grass would grow, and the orioles would fly, so that the five of them could still be closer to the school in the town in the future, even if it was only for a short period of time. Then, if they wanted to travel, they could travel. If they wanted to gain experience, they could go down the mountain. That was all. More than that, Chen Pinggan felt that he could not do it. Because everyone was growing up. Back then, the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket who ran all over the streets with sticks of locust tree wood, Li Huai who cried and made a fuss in the mud in the mountains for a small bamboo chest, Lin Shuyi who was kind but did not say anything good in the immortal in of Huangting country, Yu Lu who liked to replace Chen Pinggan to guard the second half of the night, and Xie Xie who always had a cold face but was in fact full of fear of the whole world, were all like this. On this night, Chen Pinggan lay on the desk on the first floor of the bamboo building, making a face, imitating the little lotus figure on the desk, giggling. On the back of the boiled fish rented from Luopa Mountain, Liu Zhongruan, the owner of Pearl Hairpin Island, had not yet gone to Bookslip Lake. She was walking alone on the mountain peak. From the moment she decided to refine the water hall on the back of the boiled fish, the name Pearl Hairpin Island actually did not live up to its name. When Liu Zhongruan returned to her residence, she placed a hand-drawn map on the table. It included the 62 mountains of Longquan County, including Cloud Mountain. The Divine Beauty Mountain, where the ancestral hall of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect was located, formed a triangle with Lamp Mountain and Hungming Peak. In addition, there were 3 mountains that were rented from Luopa Mountain, the Rainbow Cloud Peak, the Immortal Grass Mountain, and the Treasure Tree Mountain. The 6 mountains formed a continuous force, and in addition to the many mountains that the Dragon Spring Sword Sect had obtained later on, although the Dragon Spring Sword Sect had roughly the same number of mountains as the Luopa Mountain and did not have a big advantage, in fact, the territory was still slightly better. Moreover, it was said that the Dali dynasty intended to extend to the old Central Mountains in the north of the capital and give a large piece of territory to the Dragon Spring Sword Sect. Other than Saint Ruan Jiao's Dragon Spring Sword Sect and Chen Pinggan's Luopa Mountain, the various forces left behind were no longer in the mood. Even if they gathered together and could twist into a rope, it was obvious that they would not be able to contend against the 2 giants. Dragon Spine Mountain, Dry Spring Mountain, Fragrant Volcano, Yuanmu Peak, True Earth Mountain. Liu Zhongruan lowered his head and stared at the distribution of the 3 forces on the map. Aou's back clearly belonged to the third party outside the confrontation between the 2 forces, but the Immortals on Dali Mountain had obviously automatically included Pearl Hairpin Island in the category of Luopa Mountain's vassal. Before Liu Zhongruan attended the ceremony, it was not that he did not have a knot in his heart, because Liu Zhongruan had never wanted his Pearl Hairpin Island to become a vassal of any big mountain. However, After the ceremony at the ancestral hall of the Luopa mountain, Liu Zhongruan's mood was a little gloomy. The young man who had been an accountant on Verdant Canyon Island for a few years had unknowingly won over such a large family. The lord of Mount Beiyu was so close to Luopa mountain that they were about to wear the same pants. The key point was that Wei Pai had never bothered to hide this. The 3-night banquets were like rain on a yellow plum day, so rapid and dense that it caught people off guard. Before and after the night banquets, on Mount Pai Yun, everyone had a bright smile on their faces, but who did not complain incessantly in their hearts? Just the 3 gifts alone were not dispensable expenses. Those who did not have any capital would probably have to tighten their belts to live. There was also an official worshipper of a pure jade realm wild cultivator. This was simply a shocking thing. Which immortal family did not have the word clan but had a mountain worshipper of the upper 5 realms? Were they really not afraid that the guest would bully the host? In addition, there were 2 direct disciples of Mui Mountain Ancestral Hall of the Linen sect of the North Continent as honorary worshippers. What kind of situation was this? As for the young man in white, Kui Dongshan, who was standing in the second row, Liu Zhongruan felt that he was not at all easier to talk to than the wild cultivator Zhu Fei. And the 4 men and women who were standing in the third row at that time, Zhu Lian, Lu Baixiong, Sui Your Right, Wei Xian, which one of them was simple? Liu Zhongruan knew 3 of them. They were the salvage of the water temple's dragon boat. He had been with the 3 for a long time, and all of them were reserved and had an astonishing aura. The remaining woman, whose aura was not inferior to the 3 martial arts grandmasters, was still unknown. But since she was able to stand with the 3 of them, it meant that Sui Yu's battle prowess was not weak. The 4 of them should at least be Golden Body Realm martial artists of Luopo Mountain. Where could he find them in such a huge Aquarius continent? But the thing that really made Liu Zhongruan accept his fate was that the younger generation of Luopo Mountain Ancestral Hall had created the kind of people that he often met. Pei Qian, the young man Cao Qing Lang, Center Yuan Ji, Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai, the pair of siblings, because these young second-generation disciples of Luopo Mountain determined the depth of Luopo Mountain's foundation and future height. But what shocked Liu Zhongruan the most was still not these, but 2 things. One was the 3 portraits hanging in Luopo Mountain Ancestral Hall. This meant where Luopo Mountain came from. That day was the first time Liu Zhongruan knew, and at the same time understood the name of Luopo Mountain. There was a deep meaning to it. The second thing was that in the small ancestral hall, there was a silent atmosphere. The green-robed young man with the jade hairpin stood alone at the front. The people behind him, regardless of their realm, origin, temperament, direct disciples, consecrators, all of them were solemn. Especially when Chen Pinggan reported Zhu Mili's duty as a mountain protector, Liu Zhongruan, who was watching from the side, carefully observed and sensed the subtle expressions of the people. It was not something that seemed like it, but it was absolutely true. No one felt that the young mountain lord was doing something funny. When Liu Zhongruan thought of this, he could not breathe. He walked out of the house and took a walk in the courtyard. Looking up at Luopo Mountain, Liu Zhongruan's mood was complicated. Cliff Academy. After Li Huai finished class, he found his sister standing outside the door. Slim and elegant. He did not deny that his sister was good-looking. Li Huai said with a smile, "Sister, I met Lin Shuyi today. I was just talking about you, and you came." Li Liu looked at her brother, who was already taller than her, and smiled softly. "I received a letter from home. Mother heard that you were busy with your studies, so she was worried about you. She asked me to come and see you." Li Huai opened the door of the schoolhouse and poured a cup of tea for Li Liu. He said helplessly, "I was just casually complaining. Mother doesn't know, but you do. To me, since the first day I went to school, when was there ever a day when I wasn't busy with my studies?" Li Liu took off her bag and put it on the table. She sat aside and nodded. "The only difference is that you have grown up." Li Huai rolled his eyes and said, "I also don't want to grow up, just like Pei Qian, who only eats and doesn't grow. My studies are useless and I am really tired. But every time I travel with the teachers, I travel thousands of miles. My legs and feet are tired, but my heart is not. Compared to studying bitterly at a private school, it is actually more relaxing. So I am more suitable to be a Jianghu hero. Studying is not very promising. Li Liu patted the bag. There are some things inside. Keep them well. If you need money in the future, you can ask the Marushan master to sell them for money. Are you kidding? I don't dare to ask the Marushan master. I can't wait to hide from him. Li Huai leaned on the table and opened the package. He picked and complained, I knew it. Sister, you've been working as a maid for the old immortal master at Lion Peak for only a few years. You must not have accumulated any good things. Look, none of them are the immortal treasures with the light of treasures. Compared to those that Chen Pinggan gave me, they are far inferior. Sister, work hard and cultivate well so that you can become an immortal in the middle 5 realms of the cave-dwelling realm as soon as possible. You don't know how glorious Lin Shuyi is now. He's about to be fought over by the women in the capital of Great Sway. Li Liu smiled and did not say anything. The things in the bag were dim because the secret prohibition was not opened for the time being. She was not afraid that the academy and Maro Xiaodong would not be able to hide it if they were careless. Li Huai sighed and shook his head. He put down the things in his hands and tied the bag again. He could only help Lin Shuyi to this extent. As for why Dong Shuijing insisted on liking his elder sister, Li Liu, Li Huai could not figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. It was fine if Dong Shuijing liked his elder sister. He opened a wonton shop in Longquan County, which was quite compatible with his family. But Dong Shuijing, Lin Shuyi, was now the Great Sui dynasty's famous jade of cultivation. What was so good about his elder sister? Li Huai lifted the bag. Wow, it was quite heavy. Then Li Huai looked at his sister who was holding a cup with both hands and drinking tea slowly. He could not help but say earnestly, Sister, I won't say anything today. Anyway, you are not married yet. You are a family. You send money back and forth, and the money is all in your own family. But when you get married, you can't send me things like this. It is not easy to cultivate on the mountain. You went to the Lion Peak because of your relatives. You will definitely be gossiped about on the mountain and gossip about you behind your back. You'd better save more money yourself. In fact, as long as you can help father and mother run the shop a little, it will be enough. Our father and mother don't care about you. If mother says something, you can push it to me. I really don't want to scold you, but you are not young anymore and will soon become an old lady. You should think about your own marriage. Li Liu smiled and narrowed her eyes. It seems that you have really grown up. You know how to think about your sister. Li Huai sat cross-legged on the bench, poured some soybeans into a bowl and pushed it to his sister. He grabbed a handful and put it in the palm of his hand. Chewing the soybeans in his mouth, he laughed and said, Sister, you are so heartless. Since I was young, I have spent a lot of effort for you. I tried my best to find a brother-in-law for me. For example, my good brother Alliance and Chen Pinggan, whom I admire the most. Unfortunately, they did not succeed. You can only blame yourself. You can't blame me. Li Liu threw a soybean at him. No one talks about their sister's brother like you. Li Huai caught it and threw it into his mouth together with the ones in the palm of his hand. Jokes are jokes. When you get married in the future, if you continue to send things to your mother's family like this, it won't work. Brother-in-law will not be happy. Don't listen to our mother's nagging. I will fight for what I want to be in the future. How can I rely on my sister and brother-in-law? I will let you be looked down upon by my brother-in-law's family. The more Li Huai said, the more reasonable he felt. Even if my future brother-in-law is magnanimous and doesn't care about it. You shouldn't do this. Li Liu smiled and asked, why? Li Huai impatiently said, Sister, you are so annoying. If you do what I say, who is the most important person in our family? Me. Mother listens to me, father listens to mother, you listen to father. Whose words do you think are the most effective? Li Liu smiled. Li Huai blinked. Well, I admit that the first words were discussed by Chen Pinggan and I in the past. These years, we have been apart more than we have been together. I have been saving up the opportunity to nag you. But Chen Pinggan didn't teach me the latter question. How can I argue with you? If you really want to know the answer, I will ask Chen Pinggan later. Li Liu asked, how do you know that Chen Pinggan is definitely right? Li Huai asked, did Chen Pinggan say something wrong? Li Liu smiled and said, no. Li Huai snorted, Li Liu, your younger brother is the kind of person who can stab himself twice for the sake of brotherhood. Li Huai stretched out his thumb and pointed to his chest. Li Liu smiled and leaned forward. She gently moved Li Huai's hand away and pointed to her ribs. The book says to stab yourself in the ribs. Here, don't stab yourself in the heart. In the future, even if it is for a good friend. Li Huai stared and said, sister, you are a girl. What do you know about Jianghu? Don't tell me this, or I will get angry with you. Li Liu smiled and didn't speak anymore. Did Li Liu know about Jianghu? This was a very interesting question. According to legend, in ancient times, there was only one world. All the lakes and seas were blasphemous. There was once a group of female officials with high authority in the celestial court. Their official position and power were above that of Master Yu, River Uncle, and many dragon kings. They were called Dragon Slayer envoys. They patrolled, supervised, and ordered the flood dragons in the world. And these people with high authority only listened to the orders of an ancient god. The latter was called the Master of Jianghu. Li Liu suddenly asked, the few times you went out to study, how was it? Li Huai gradually restrained his smile and said softly, when I was young, I only followed Li Baoping and blindly cheered and read loudly. I didn't even know what I read. There were many words in history books. In the past, I could only memorize them and couldn't remember them. After walking a lot and meeting a lot of people, I suddenly realized that it was difficult for me to forget them. The experts in the mountains and wilderness seek the dark, walk the path of eccentricity, and seek fame. The beauty of the general's material, the elite troops, and the evil, the Tao is perfect in every case. The remains on the wall, the swan-shaped vegetables, from the gullies are also compared. Li Huai squeezed out a smile, sister, let's not talk about these. Li Liu nodded and said, then let's talk about Li Baoping. Li Huai felt a headache coming, don't talk about this, I have a bigger headache. Now that I see Li Baoping, she is so boring. Every day she reads, she says she wants to read thousands of books. She is still very busy and no longer runs around crazily. Guess what? She is even more invisible than Lin Shuyi. Sister, don't you think it's strange? In the past, I felt that Li Baoping was already the most terrifying existence in the world when she was young. Now I feel that Li Baoping is not as good as she was in the past. When Chen Pinggan comes to the academy, I must risk my life to remonstrate with him. In front of Chen Pinggan, I must talk about this Li Baoping. There is no other way. Perhaps only he, as the youngest uncle, can control Li Baoping. Li Huai shook his head hard, don't talk about her, my head hurts. Yu Lu and Xie Xie, actually I don't see them that much. They are all like this. But our relationship is actually not bad. When we meet occasionally, I can still feel it. After Li Liu left, Lin Shuyi just came. After knowing that Li Liu came and left in a hurry, Lin Shuyi was a little silent. Li Huai was also at a loss. It was hard to persuade him. If he persuaded him correctly, he might not be able to become his brother-in-law. If he accidentally persuaded him wrongly, it would be adding salt to the wound. After Lin Shuyi left, Li Huai sighed. Why did he have a girl he liked so early? How good would it be if she was like him? Back in the house, Li Huai put the small bamboo box on the table, put his sister's package in it, and then carefully wiped the box. In the end, Li Huai rubbed his chin and felt that it was necessary to use his trump card. He poured a cup of tea, dipped his finger in it, and randomly chanted Tian Ling Ling Di Ling Ling Di Ling Ling Di Ling Ling Di 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 Ling Di. After that, Li Huai made a gesture of qi sinking into his dantian. Looking at the marks on the table, he nodded with satisfaction. Good handwriting, 100 alliances were not as good as his. At the beginning of winter, Chen Pinggan was at the ferry of Oxhorn Mountain. He was about to board his dragon boat with Pei Qian and go to the academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. Even though Ju Mili had already handed over 2 mountain walking staffs, she was still carrying a golden shoulder pole on her shoulder. Kui Dongshan and Wei Xian were also leaving Longquan County, but they were taking another Dali military ferry that was passing by. Wei Xian was chatting with Pei Qian. Kui Dongshan only said a few parting words. "Sir, you've been working hard for so many years to move mountains and earn your support with your own ability. Actually, you can rely on 1 or 2 now. The road is long and difficult. Sir, please take it easy." End of chapter. (570). At the bow of the dragon boat stood an adult and a child. The adult was in a green robe and had a sword on his back. The child had a sword, a walking stick, a bamboo box, and a small bamboo hat on his waist. Having a lot of belongings was also a small worry in the midst of great happiness. Liu Zhongruan stood on the top floor of the dragon boat and looked down at the deck. She needed manpower to steer the dragon boat, so she negotiated a new deal with Luo Po Mountain. Liu Zhongruan found a few disciples of the ancestral hall who had followed her to cultivate on the back of Aou and taught them how to operate the dragon boat. It was not a long-term plan, but it could allow the cultivators of Pearl Hairpin Island to integrate into the mountains of Liju Blessed Land faster. This was the choice Liu Zhongruan made after careful consideration when she took a walk in the courtyard that night. Liu Zhongruan completely understood. Instead of implicating the cultivators of Pearl Hairpin Island into an awkward situation because of his awkward attitude, he might as well learn from Zhu Lian, the chief steward of Luopa Mountain, and be shameless. Chen Pinggan was chatting with Pei Qian about his travels in the North Continent. They talked about a cultivation genius called Lin Su, who was the leader of the 10 youths in the North Continent. It was said that as long as he made a move, it meant that he had already won. After Pei Qian heard about it, he felt that the guy was a little tricky. It was a pity that his master had traveled for so long in the North Continent, but that guy did not have the chance to meet his master. It was a big regret in Lin Su's life. He was probably regretting it so much that his intestines were in knots. Lin Su could not be blamed for not being observant. After all, not everyone could meet his master. Naturally, Chen Pinggan didn't know what Pei Qian was thinking about in his head. He was not unfamiliar with the 10 youths from the North Continent. Among the 10 of them, Qi Jinglong was his friend, the best kind. He had met Yang Ningzhen, who had hidden her identity, at the Ghost Region Valley's Mirror Mountain. He had also interacted with the scholar Yang Ningxing. Along the way, they had been scheming and plotting against each other. Through the catoptric deflection, he had watched the battle at Jolie Mountain in the city above clouds. He had seen the wild cultivator Huang Shi and the warrior Xionyang fight to the death. Chen Pinggan suddenly said, "When I brought you out of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, I did not like you. It was not entirely your fault. There was also a reason why I did not like myself. It is hidden inside. I have to explain it to you." Pei Qian grinned and said, "I didn't like myself back then either." Chen Pinggan asked, "Do you remember the first time we met?" Pei Qian felt a little guilty and said softly, "Master, when I was in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, I found the little girl who often brought me food back then. I sincerely thanked her and even apologized. I also specifically told Cao Qinglang that if anything happened to the little girl's family in the future, he should help. Of course, if she or her family was in the wrong, Cao Qinglang should not interfere. Therefore, Master, you must not bring up old scores." Chen Pinggan reached out and pressed Pei Qian's head. "Only when you can talk about the past can you truly untie the knot in your heart. You did wrong in the past, but you did well in the future. Master is very pleased. But there are still some mistakes that can be turned over. Like those little bamboo slips, you should take them out to bask in the sun and look at the moon. They can help you reflect." Chen Pinggan looked into the distance of the ferry. It was the middle of winter. It looked like it was going to snow. Chen Pinggan sighed. Taoism advocates nature. There is still a saying. If you do not cultivate the human path, It is difficult to approach the heavenly path. Pei Qian's expression was serious. Master's words are like gold. I want to learn from Master and make a set of carving knives and bamboo slips to record Master's teachings. Chen Pinggan pulled Pei Qian's ear and laughed angrily. Kui Dongshan, Zhu Lian, Chen Lingjun, and the others of Luopa Mountain added together are not as good as you. Pei Qian stood on tiptoe, tilted his head and howled. When Liu Zhongruan saw this scene on the top floor, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chen Pinggan leaned on the railing. Kui Dongshan liked to talk about Cliff Academy with him. At this time of year, Li Baoping must still be wearing a red cotton-padded jacket. She had always been the strangest student of Cliff Academy in the Great Sui Kingdom. In the past, she was strange because she liked to skip classes, asked questions, copied books like a mountain, and came and went like the wind. Now she was strange. It was said that Li Baoping had become quiet and taciturn. She did not ask questions and just read books. She still liked to skip classes and wander alone in the streets and alleys of the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom. The most famous thing was that a teacher of the academy asked Li Baoping to teach on his behalf when he was sick. 2 days later, the old teacher returned to the classroom and found that his prestige as a teacher was not enough. The eyes of the students hurt the old teacher. At the same time, he looked at Li Baoping sitting in the corner and felt a little proud. Chen Pinggan was a little worried at that time. Kui Dongshan, on the other hand, laughed heartily and said that Little Treasure Bottle was imparting knowledge to others without being the least bit unconventional or overstepping the rules. Lin Shuyi was a true cultivator. He relied on the Cloud Gem Book to make rapid progress on his path of cultivation. In the academy, he met a great master who taught him everything he knew. However, the two of them were not master and disciple. It was said that Lin Shuyi now had a great reputation in the Great Sui Kingdom. In fact, a high-ranking assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, who was responsible for finding potential cultivators for the Dali Imperial Court, personally contacted Lin Shuyi's father. However, Lin Shuyi's father refused and only said that he would pretend that he had never had such a son. Yu Lu had been training for the Jinshan state these years. In the past few years, he had broken through the realm too quickly. Moreover, Yu Lu, who was suspected of drifting with the crowd, finally had some ambition. He liked fishing and had a fish basket, but he would release it after he caught it. Obviously, the fun was only in the process of fishing. As for the size of the catch, Yu Lu did not care. Thank you. He had been guarding the house left by Kui Dongshan and concentrating on cultivation. After the dragon-binding nails were all removed, he had made great progress on the path of cultivation. However, he hid it very well and lived in seclusion. Maro Xiaodong, the deputy master of the academy, also helped to hide it. Li Huai and his two schoolmates, Liu Guan and Ma Lian, had caused a lot of trouble during their years of study. However, Liu Guan often took the initiative to take the blame and Ma Lian helped to clean up the mess. It was not that Li Huai did not want to help, but Liu Guan and Ma Lian did not want Li Huai to be a hero after Liu Guan and Ma Lian helped them a few times. Li Baoping was worthy of being called the best in learning and seeking knowledge. In terms of cultivation, Thank You was actually at the forefront. However, Lin Shuyi could be said to be the best in both cultivation and study. Everything was leisurely. Cultivating the mind and temperament had never been a big thing in life. In fact, it had always been Yu Lu's strength. Now, Yu Lu was slowly nourishing the fist intent and gradually building the foundation of the golden body state. As for Li Huai, Kui Dongshan said that this guy was a dog *T wherever he went. In addition to getting the psychic white deer, he had not been idle these years. However, Li Huai did not know how lucky he was. He kept adding to his belongings, buying antiques and treasures, or visiting Ma Lian's house as a guest. Ma Lian casually gave him a junk and a bamboo box full of treasures were all left there to collect dust. It was a waste of natural resources. Pei Qian asked curiously, "Master, why don't you hang up the wine pot?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Life is a pot of wine. When you think of something, you will drink." Pei Qian tried hard not to speak. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "If you want to say it, then say it." Only then did Pei Qian spill the beans from a bamboo tube. He quickly said, "Master, you're worried about the money for the wine. Look, I have money here. Copper coins, broken silver, small gold ingots, a lot of snow money, and a small summer money. I have everything. Master, take it all." Chen Pinggan turned his head and looked at Pei Qian, who was holding up the money bag. Chen Pinggan smiled and held the little head and shook it. "Keep it for yourself. It's not like I don't have money." Pei Qian sighed and resentfully put away the money bag that Aunt Gui gave her. She carefully put it in her sleeve and accompanied her master to look at the sea of clouds. What a big cotton candy! The master and disciple arrived at the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. The streets and alleys were thick with snow. Pei Qian purposely picked the snow on the side of the road that had not been swept away. When she stepped on it, crunching sounds could be heard and every step left a footprint. The old man guarding the Cliff Academy recognized Chen Pinggan and smiled. "Chen Pinggan, I haven't seen you for a few years. Where have you been?" Chen Pinggan bowed. Pei Qian, who was beside him, hurriedly shook the small bamboo box and did the same. He took out a genealogy record from his sleeve and handed it over. The old man took a look and smiled. "Good fellow. Last time it was the Tongya continent. This time it's the North continent. Where will you go next time? Will it be the Central Divine Continent?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "I don't have the chance to settle down and study. I can only rely on walking." The old man nodded and turned to look at Pei Qian. "Little girl, why aren't you so tanned anymore? You've grown taller too. Is it because you stayed in the school in your hometown?" Pei Qian beamed and nodded vigorously. "You're very knowledgeable and have a good eye for people. The Maroshan Mountain Chieftain should really let you become a teacher in the school. Then the Cliff Academy will be amazing in the future. Today there will be a wise man, tomorrow there will be a gentleman." The old man laughed heartily and asked, "Did you learn from Chen Pinggan?" Pei Qian was speechless. This question was not easy to answer. Chen Pinggan smiled and smacked Pei Qian's head with a chestnut. Pei Qian felt that if he came to the Cliff Academy again in the future, it would be better to talk less with this old man. They entered the academy with familiarity and stopped at the guest house. However, Chen Pinggan did not bring many things and there was nothing to put in the house. Pei Qian was reluctant to leave anything behind. The small bamboo box was for the Cliff Academy. The mountain walking stick was for Sister Bao Ping. As for the saber and sword at his waist, of course, it was for the 3 Jianghu bandits to see. He could not leave anything behind. Chen Pinggan let Pei Qian go to Li Baoping's house first and went to Maro Xiaodong's place. The tall old man with a ruler at his waist stood at the door and asked with a smile, "You're already in the golden body state?" Chen Pinggan nodded. "I broke through the bottleneck of the 6th state at the Lion Peak in the North Continent." Maro Xiaodong was gloating. "Li Huai's father must have put in a lot of effort, right?" Chen Pinggan smiled bitterly. "It's all right." In the study, the two of them sat down. Maro Xiaodong went straight to the point and said, "What books have you read over the years? I want to test you to see if you've been too focused on cultivation and neglected the study of self-cultivation." Chen Pinggan first took out a stack of books from the objects in front of him and stacked them on his knees. Then, he recited a long list of book titles. Some of the books he took out just now were borrowed by Kui Dongshan from the Cliff Academy. After he finished reading them, he naturally had to return them to the academy. However, Luopa Mountain had already bought 2 sets according to the titles of the books. One set was kept as a collection, and the other set, which Chen Pinggan knew how to outline and comment on, was placed on the table on the 1st floor of the bamboo building. Maro Xiaodong frowned. "It's so complicated." Chen Pinggan nodded. "It's difficult to pass the mental test. Sometimes, it seems like you can't pass the test in a skill that used to work 100 times. In the end, you realize that it's not that the knowledge you rely on is not enough, but that you've learned too little." Maro Xiaodong slowly relaxed his brows. "Very good. Then I don't need to test you." Chen Pinggan asked about Li Baoping and the others' recent studies. Maro Xiaodong gave a concise explanation. Chen Pinggan could hear that he was generally satisfied. However, Chen Pinggan also heard some of the complaints that the elders in the family had towards their juniors. For example, Li Baoping's personality had to be changed. Otherwise, she would be too stuffy and not as cute as she was when she was young. Lin Shuyi's cultivation was too smooth. He was afraid that one day, he would simply abandon the books and go to the mountains to become an immortal. Yu Lu had read the writings of the Confucian sages thoroughly. However, deep in his heart, he did not recognize and respect the legalists as much as he did. This was not a bad thing. Xie Xie had never been interested in learning, which was not a good thing. He was too focused on breaking through the bottleneck in his cultivation. He cultivated day and night without slacking off. Even when he was in school, his mind was still on cultivation. It was as if he wanted to make up for all the time that he had squandered in the past few years. More haste, less speed. It was easy to accumulate many hidden dangers. If he focused on cultivation today, it would be the crux of his cultivation in the coming year. Maro Xiaodong was the one that he felt most at ease with Li Huai. He said that this kid was not bad. Chen Pinggan reached out and gently placed his hand on the book. He said honestly, Mr. Maro teaches and educates people. You have the demeanor of the sage of literature. Maro Xiaodong waved his hand and sighed. The difference is more than 100,000 miles. Chen Pinggan smiled and stood up with the book. He was about to put down the book and leave when Maro Xiaodong stood up but did not accept the books. Take them. I will buy books from the Academy's library to make up for it. Take these books as a gift for the completion of the ancestral hall of Luopa Mountain. Chen Pinggan did not refuse and kept the books. After Chen Pinggan left, Maro Xiaodong stretched out his hand and touched the corner of his mouth to prevent himself from smiling too much. In this winter, some words were quite heartwarming. Chen Pinggan walked all the way to Li Baoping's school. He saw Pei Qian, who was looking up and talking excitedly to Li Baoping. Without the word little, the girl was wearing a red cotton-padded jacket that would only make a girl have a rustic feel. But when she wore it, it was not tacky at all. She was slender and had a sharp chin. Her expression was tranquil, but the smile on her face was still familiar. Her pair of beautiful eyes were still. Besides being able to talk, it seemed that she also knew how to hide things. Seeing Chen Pinggan, Li Baoping quickly walked over. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Chen Pinggan was a little sad. He smiled and said, "Why don't you call me little uncle?" How did the girl with a round face and big eyes grow so big all of a sudden? Li Baoping suddenly smiled and shouted, "Little uncle." She had finally become the little girl of the past. Chen Pinggan said, "There are some things that you don't have to think too much about, and you don't have to worry about causing trouble for little uncle. There won't be any trouble." Li Baoping was in high spirits. Chen Pinggan suggested that they go to the guest house. Pei Qian was a little puzzled. Why did Master choose to go to the farthest place? Sister Baoping's school was right in front of them. Li Baoping did not say anything. She crossed her fingers and walked backward in front of Chen Pinggan. She asked, "Little uncle, do you know how many days we haven't seen each other?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "It's been many years." Pei Qian reported an accurate number loudly. This was what she was best at. Memorizing books, knowing the way, and remembering things. When they arrived at the guest house, Pei Qian said that she would call Li Huai over. Chen Pinggan smiled and nodded. However, he asked Pei Qian to bring Li Huai directly to the guest house. It was spacious there. Pei Qian ran all the way to inform them. Li Baoping asked softly, "Little uncle, do you have wine?" Chen Pinggan was stunned for a moment. "You want to drink wine?" Li Baoping smiled and nodded gently. "I'll be sneaky. I'll drink a little." Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment. He took out a bottle of glutinous rice wine brewed by Dong Shuijing and poured 2 small bowls. "It's not that you can't drink wine, but you must drink less." Li Baoping picked up the wine bowl and took a sip. "It's the taste of home." Chen Pinggan sipped the wine and told Li Baoping about meeting her elder brother in the North Continent's Qinghao Kingdom. Li Baoping listened and held the white bowl with both hands. She nodded and said, "It's troublesome to write a letter to my elder brother. If I write a letter, I have to send it from the academy to my home. Then, I have to ask my grandfather to help me send it across the continent to an immortal mountain. Then, I have to send it to the Dongxian Street in the Qinghao Kingdom. Chen Pinggan asked, "Are you unhappy about studying in the academy?" Li Baoping shook her head and said blankly, "I'm not unhappy." "Little uncle, did the Maroshan Mountain Chieftain say something?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "The Maroshan Mountain Chieftain thinks that you don't like to talk in the academy. He's a little worried." Li Baoping was puzzled. "I've always liked to play by myself since I was young. It's not like that only happened when I came to the academy. It's just that I feel that there's nothing to talk about, so I don't talk about it." One person went into the water to catch crabs, one person ran through the streets to watch the door gods, one person jumped on the bluestone floor of the Fulu Street, one person waited for the peach blossoms to bloom in the peach leaf alley, and one person went to the old porcelain mountain to pick porcelain pieces. It had always been like this. Chen Pinggan held back his laughter. It seemed that it was indeed so. Li Baoping laughed as well. "Little uncle, what are you laughing about?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Nothing. I'm just thinking about the first time we met. You were so small but sweaty. You ran so fast while carrying an old locust tree branch. Now that I think about it, I'm still impressed." Li Baoping was embarrassed for the first time. She raised her bowl and covered half of her face and eyes. However, she could not hide her smile. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Let's go and thank them." The two of them walked side by side. Li Baoping asked questions and Chen Pinggan answered them one by one. On the way, they met Pei Qian and the others. Other than the excited Li Huai, Lin Shuyi and Yu Lu were also there. Xie Xie noticed the commotion outside and opened the door. She smiled when she saw the large group of people. Apart from Lin Shuyi, who would occasionally come here to cultivate, there were almost no guests in the house that Kui Dongshan had left for her. Pei Qian and Li Huai, who was carrying a small bamboo box, sat down in the courtyard and began to fight. Chen Pinggan, Lin Shuyi, and Yu Lu stood and chatted. Li Baoping and Xie Xie sat on the steps. In the end, Chen Pinggan clapped his hands lightly. Everyone looked at him. Chen Pinggan said, "There's something I have to tell you. I already have my own ancestral hall at Luopo Mountain. The reason why I didn't invite you to attend the ceremony was not because I didn't want to, but because it wasn't suitable for now. You can go to Luopo Mountain as guests at any time. There are many empty mountains outside of Luopo Mountain. If you like any of them, you can pick one. I can help you build a study house. If you have any other requests, you can tell Pei Qian directly." Li Baoping already knew about this from Pei Qian. She was not surprised. Xie Xie was the most shocked. She was once a direct disciple of the ancestral hall at the top immortal mountain of the Lu dynasty. Therefore, she knew very well what the appearance of an ancestral hall meant. Yu Lu congratulated. Lin Shuyi also congratulated with a smile. Chen Pinggan smiled at Lin Shuyi and Xie Xie. "You are already immortals who cultivate on the mountain. The spiritual qi at Longquan County is still very abundant. Therefore, you too must not be shy. It's a free mountain. It's an extra place for cultivation. It's a waste not to take it." Then Chen Pinggan said to Yu Lu, "Luopo Mountain has many martial artists. Yu Lu, you can find someone called Zhu Lian. He's now in the far travel realm. You too can spar. Let him help you with your punches. Zhu Lian is more restrained." At this point, Chen Pinggan's eyes were sincere. Yu Lu did not agree or refuse. He said, "Why do I feel a chill on my back?" Li Huai was busy fighting with Pei Qian's subordinates on the table. After hearing this, he said angrily, "Chen Pinggan, it's fine if you don't tell Bao Ping and the others about such a big matter, but you even hide it from me? To think that we're brothers of different surnames. Are you looking down on me, Li Huai? Say, does Luopo Mountain lack a chief consecrator? If it doesn't, it's close at hand. You, Chen Pinggan, can only invite me out tomorrow." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Go away." Li Huai looked at the densely packed items on the table with Pei Qian. He had a pitiful expression. "I can't live anymore. It's cold, and my heart is even colder. I didn't become a brother-in-law, and now I can't even be sworn brothers. Life has no meaning. Even if I, Li Huai, have the most troops in the world, and fierce generals under my command, what's the point? What's the point? Pei Qian slammed the table. All the items on the stone table shook. She said angrily, Li Huai, when did you follow my master to cut off chicken heads and burn yellow paper? What's the seniority? Li Huai shrank his neck. It's just for fun. When I was young, I had a grass competition with Chen Pinggan. It's just like cutting off chicken heads. It's not accurate. Yu Lu saw this scene and was a little surprised. He couldn't help but look at Pei Qian. Yu Lu only felt incredulous. He remembered that when they first met, the little charcoal girl hadn't really started to practice martial arts. How many years had it been? There was a chess game left by Kui Dongshan in the house. After that, Chen Pinggan asked for humiliation and was destined to play a game with Yu Lu. Li Baoping and Pei Qian sat on the left and right of Chen Pinggan. Lin Shuyi and Xie Xie could only sit beside Yu Lu. Li Huai was furious. Why did he become the extra person? He sat on the side of the chessboard and was about to take off his boots. However, he was glanced at by Xie Xie. Li Huai reached out and wiped the green bamboo floor. He said, I'm afraid I'll dirty your house. There's no such thing as a gentleman watching a game without speaking. In the end, it became Yu Lu, Xie Xie, and Lin Shuyi. They worked together and faced off against Li Baoping alone. As the three of them were good at chess, they didn't play slowly. Li Baoping placed her chess pieces quickly. She only glanced at the situation of the game. Pei Qian felt that his side would definitely win. Baoping Jejie had already killed 3 of the opponents with her aura of a great master. However, in the end, Yu Lu and the other 2 won. As Li Baoping played too quickly, her opponents won cleanly while she lost without any hesitation. Pei Qian clapped his fists and comforted Sister Baoping not to be discouraged. Chen Pinggan roughly understood. Li Baoping smiled. Junior uncle, I'm sorry. Chen Pinggan shook his head. In a few years, it'll be difficult for us to lose. Li Baoping nodded vigorously. Lin Shuyi and Xie Xie looked at each other helplessly. Chen Pinggan was telling the truth. Unexpectedly, Yu Lu smiled. You want to win? That depends on whether the 3 of us are willing to play chess with you. Yu Lu covered the chess jar and looked at Lin Shuyi and Xie Xie. Let's do it this way. The 3 of us will officially stop playing chess from today onwards. Against Chen Pinggan, Li Baoping, and Pei Qian, we'll maintain a winning record. Lin Shuyi nodded. Agreed. Xie Xie smiled. Seconded. Pei Qian was anxious. Li Huai spoke even faster than Pei Qian. He spoke up for justice. Why are the 3 of you so shameless? Did you learn from Alliance? Even if you learned from him, did you ask for my permission? Don't you know what's my relationship with Alliance? How much did Alliance receive from me, Li Huai, in terms of speaking, writing, and eating? Don't you know? Pei Qian was gratified. He looked at Li Huai with a kind gaze. You've made up for your mistakes. Otherwise, I'll strip you of that prominent position. You won't be able to stand upright when you're with Liu Guan and Ma Lian. Li Huai was puzzled. But the Wulin Alliance is Li Baoping. Your position isn't much higher than mine. Why? Pei Qian crossed his arms over his chest and sneered, Li Huai, you're such an idiot. How dare you dream of roaming the Jianghu with me in the future? What's my relationship with Sister Baoping? You're just a branch leader. How can you compare to me? Li Baoping packed up her chess pieces. She was fast at playing chess, but now she was slow. She smiled. Before I came here, I've already given up my position and let Pei Qian be the Wulin Alliance. Pei Qian raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Huai from the corner of his eyes. He sneered. Oh, silly. Now you're in trouble. Li Huai didn't treat this as a joke. Roaming the Wulin Alliance had always been Li Huai's biggest concern. So he said anxiously, Li Baoping, how can you be so willful? You're not going to give up your position just like that. It's fine if you don't want it, but why did you give up your position to Pei Qian? Who's more experienced? Me, right? We've known each other for so many years. If we were to talk about loyalty and righteousness, it would still be me, right? Back then, during our 2 travels, I had to eat and sleep in the open. Did you have any complaints? Li Baoping nodded and said, not even half a sentence of complaint. They all came one after another and accumulated a whole basket of complaints. Li Huai, who had his little cunning thoughts exposed, could only change his approach, and he said with an aggrieved expression, if the 2 of you continue to work together to bully an honest person like this, then I'll really have to pull Liu Guan and Ma Lian out of the gang and establish my own sect. Pei Qian sneered. Forget it. Liu Guan, that fool, and Ma Lian, that bookworm. Without me, Pei Qian, to devise strategies, how can you make a name for yourselves in the Wulin Alliance? Families have their rules, gangs have their rules. I'll say this first. It's easy for you to leave the gang, but it'll be harder for you to join the gang in the future. Who am I? I'm an assassin who successfully assassinated the big white goose. I don't have feelings. I value rules the most. I'm impartial. Pei Qian probably felt that if he continued to argue like this, he would have to eat chestnuts again. Therefore, he immediately stopped talking and stopped. Anyway, he could still beat Li Huai in private. This guy was far worse than Zhu Mili. In fact, Zhu Mili didn't like to be arrogant. Lin Shuyi got up and sat cross-legged at the end of the corridor. He began to meditate. Xie Xie sat on the other side. They were already used to this and had a tacit understanding. Li Baoping suggested that they go to the alley outside the academy to eat delicious food in the capital. Li Huai and Yu Lu both followed. However, this meal was paid by Pei Qian. Li Baoping smiled and pinched Pei Qian's cheek. Pei Qian couldn't stop smiling. After returning to the academy, Pei Qian slept in Li Baoping's room tonight. The 2 of them chatted secretly. Li Huai had to hurry to find Liu Guan and Ma Lian to discuss important matters. Otherwise, he would lose his status in Jianghu. Chen Pinggan and Yu Lu were fishing by the lake. Neither of them spoke. They had a good catch. It was a pity that it wasn't during their travels. Otherwise, the fish soup they cooked would be enough to fill one's stomach. When putting away the fishing rod, Yu Lu asked, "Are you in the golden body state now?" Chen Pinggan squatted by the shore. He opened the fish basket and released all the lake fish. He looked up and smiled. "You sound a bit unconvinced." Yu Lu nodded and smiled. "Let's practice." Chen Pinggan asked, "Aren't you afraid of delaying your studies?" Yu Lu was speechless. He put away the fishing rod and basket and took Chen Pinggan to Xie Xie's house. In the corridor, Xie Xie was still holding his breath and sitting in meditation. Lin Shuyi had already left. Hearing the knocking, Xie Xie was a bit helpless. He got up and opened the door. After hearing the 2's intentions, Xie Xie couldn't help but smile. "Can we watch the battle?" Yu Lu stood in the courtyard and smiled. "As you wish." Chen Pinggan didn't say anything. He only asked Yu Lu to wait for a moment. Then he squatted down and rolled up his pants, revealing a pair of old cloth shoes that Pei Qian sewed. The needlework wasn't much, but it was thick and warm. Chen Pinggan felt comfortable wearing it. Chen Pinggan stood up and rolled up his sleeves. He looked at Yu Lu with a smile. Chen Pinggan put one hand behind his back and opened his palm. "Please." Yu Lu suddenly said, "I'm not fighting. I admit defeat." Xie Xie didn't find it strange at all. Yu Lu could do this kind of thing. Moreover, Yu Lu could do it without any awkwardness. Others didn't have Yu Lu's temperament or face. Chen Pinggan persuaded. "Don't. It's just a practice. It's normal to win or lose in a battle of the same realm." Yu Lu smiled. "I want to maintain an undefeated record on your side. As for the battle, you can leave it to Luopa Mountain's senior Zhu Lian." Chen Pinggan laughed angrily. "You're afraid of being knocked down by my fist, right?" Yu Lu turned to look at Xie Xie. She smiled. "The world is silent. There's no sound." Yu Lu gave her a thumbs up. "You're much kinder than some people." The general framework of the 4 forces had already been set. On this journey south, everyone had to grind the many details of the cross-continent business. After the discussion was almost done, Wei Pai left first. He meant that Chen Pinggan could help him with the remaining matters at Cloud Padding Mountain of Wei Pai. Then, on the way, at an immortal ferry that was relatively close to Book Lake, Li Fuyao boarded the cross-continent ferry on behalf of the True State sect. This was Chen Pinggan's second meeting. They discussed the matter of Lotus Root Blessed Land. Besides Li Fuyao, Sun Jiashu and Fan of Old Dragon City would also participate. Both sides lent Luopa Mountain a large sum of Guyu money and did not ask for any dividends. In order to hide as much as possible, Sun Jiashu and Fan quietly left Old Dragon City. Before the cross-continent ferry entered Old Dragon City, they boarded the ferry at different crossings. When Chen Pinggan saw Fan the first thing he did was to give him a piece of porcelain that he had personally made. For this, Chen Pinggan made a special trip to the Dragon Kill where he had been an apprentice in Longquan County. This was the first time Chen Pinggan had returned to the Dragon Kill. After the cross-continent ferry landed at the crossings outside Old Dragon City, Chen Pinggan did not go to Old Dragon City. The Fan family's Osmanthus Island ferry had yet to return from inverted Hanging Mountain. The Sun family's cross-continent ferry, the mountain sea turtle that the Sun family's ancestor had captured, was about to leave. Therefore, Chen Pinggan did not fork out any money and took the ferry for nothing. This trip to the sea was a long one. With each passing day, they were closer to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.